Come on. There we go. All right, so everything's back alive. So we did our 1 hour quick, like, it wasn't even an hour. We did like half an hour, 45 minutes ish, where we hopped into Coral Island, sold all the things on the farm, tore up the farm, sold it all. Everything had to go fire sale to prepare for the release of Coral Island tomorrow. And now we're back to our Coral Island RimWorld Crossover colony, just because, like, I don't know, it's what I decided on doing. Oh, I need to stop our music because RimWorld has its own music. But yeah, so you'll notice of our colonists, which is over here on the left, these are all guests. There's a lot fewer names here. Some people died. A lot of some people. A whole lot of some people. So you're restricted area 1. More rare thrombo. Yeah, so a whole lot of people died. It was a combination that we had a volcanic winter that really stunted the growth of our plants, so it was wearing down our food. And that got followed by actual winter, which prevented us from getting new food, which then had a cold snap, which killed all the plants we had planted before they could become harvestable. And, you know, it's just one of those things that it was just kind of that perfect storm of just not letting you get food for a long time. And because this tile almost never has animals on it, things got desperate. We did end up eating the cats because we were completely out of food. And even with eating the cats, about half of our colonists died. Hosting a friend. Okay. So, we're taking quests. As a reminder for what's going on to this... Is it just trying to, like, give me all the pawns back? Ooh, boy. If we didn't have the rules we're running by, you would be a problem. But basically, normally I wouldn't want to take half these pawns. But the rules we're going by is every time I get a pawn, we are taking the time to... We'll delete the pawn from existence using dev mode. And then we turn around and we roll a dice to see which one of the, which one of the the Coral Island colonists will be joining us. And I also make it a rule is if one of them has died in our colony, we do not bring them back. It's one time only. If we happen to run out of Coral Island names, I don't know what happens if we get there. But, we'll figure that out if that happens. Okay, so let's get Theo here patching you up. Are you patched up? Thea patch you up? No. Alice patch you up? Oh, Theo's already on it. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure Theo's able to do that. A Thrumbo has self-tamed. I really wish I could keep you. I really, really wish I could keep you. I cannot feed you. Any other colony, I'd be like, yeah, we're setting up an entire extra field of food just for the Thrumbo. In this case, though, I just don't have anyone who could handle it. So we did immediately kill it to get its horn and its wool for making more clothes. Why is it bothering? Why is it saying the pen is not enclosed? Oh, the gate got destroyed. I see. Okay, they're gonna kill the dryads again. Let's see, Coda says, I might have another idea regarding getting a pawn unstuck, which would also include dev mode, but doesn't require deleting the pawn by simply moving the pawn on a caravan, where you get the option to Oh, okay, that's actually not a bad idea. So just add a pawn to a caravan, then say, like just trigger the caravan instantly to teleport them off the map. Cool. We had earlier when I made one of the characters, there's like a pocket of water up here that they can't get out of. It's like a little shallow spot around like deep water. Please stop killing the dryads. I need their sweet, sweet, sweet wood. It lets me build my defenses. And I also need the wood so I can actually build some nice furniture. Why are we not cooking food? Oh, you are. You're just taking a moment. All right. Oh, right, and we unlocked, stone cutting. Oh, no, we're working on stone cutting. That's right. And I want to do a bunch of stuff like power, but I've got 240 steel, and there's no steel on the map. So I don't really have what I need to be able to build power. I need more steel. We need to get trade caravans in here that'll offer it. What, Bicep, what can you do around here? Oh, nothing. Never mind. You're that person. Alright. So the good news is we're starting to get our, we've got our borders set up so they have to go through this opening or break down a wall. And we are currently working on getting our kill box set up. Okay. And I still haven't decided what I want to do in this end. Normally what I would do is put these two areas back here. So you have grenades and knives. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, so when they attack, I'll have my people back here. I'll just shoot them as they get to the door. What will eventually happen is there'll be a long, narrow corridor. They put just the barricades back here. And the only reason I'm putting those there is so they can't stop at these two tiles and shoot from back here. They will be able to stop anywhere along this ways, but we'll get covered, they won't. Wait, you can reach me from back there? Oh, crap. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was getting ready to reposition so they wouldn't shoot across each other. Okay, so I was not expecting the person with the grenades to be able to quite reach there. That's fine. The fight was handled perfectly fine. You're mad. Lady gave up. Oh, that's one of the refugees. Is it a refugee? I mean, that was the one we picked up. I don't... think we saved them. Okay, I don't remember what the situation is with Lady. She is literally going to starve to death because she moves at 40%. She's wading through water. So I really don't know where she's going. If she decided to join, I completely missed it. Prison break. Look. Nicely done. Bring them back. There are logs for everyone? Her log is completely empty. Nothing in it. So I have no idea. Show all? Nope. Nothing in it. She is an anomaly. I'm trying to actually click to unshow all, but it puts a notification over it, so I have to. Oh, I can click on the text even though it doesn't highlight. Okay, that's fine. I mean, she's gonna die on the map because she moves so slow. She's literally going to starve to death trying to get off the map. Okay, so stone cutting is done. I guess we'll research prosthetics just to keep stuff moving. Okay, pretty soon I have to back off on that. I don't think she makes out the map between the toxic buildup, the malnutrition, her frail, and all that. She goes down any second now. Look, I will absolutely beat you up. Like, gone berserk. Go back to sleep. It said she chose to rejoin the colony, and that then she quit again. But none of this shows up here. I think she did join the colony and just completely overlooked it. I'm so confused. I'm pretty sure that was the person we grabbed from up here. Oh yeah, all the jade, I forgot about that. I'm just real curious if she actually makes it off the map. Would you stop breaking stuff? I know you're all angry. She's also 98. And RimWorld is unkind to the old. Please stop breaking everything. I don't ask much, but please stop breaking all my stuff. Oh, you're literally just gonna stand out there. Okay, I guess. Dementia's unforgivable? I mean, according to RimWorld, you can actually fix it with not Devil Strand, Luciferum. Or you can also, I believe, fix it with the biosculpting thing. DH, I can't remember if the biosculpting thing works or not. Alright, so take the frag grenades. Take the worn clothing. Betrayal. You monsters. No, let Leah get away. Are you not gonna defend yourselves? Alright. So I think we have to prioritize getting this one taken care of. But deal with the fire real fast. You can just move on to where you need to move on to. Okay, how are you doing? You get out of here. You get out of here. That's fine. Alright, so we got a bunch of people who need medical treatment, all that. Okay, so let's see. So Theo is going to start tending to people. Suki, Alex. Okay, so Antonio also is taking care of people? Okay, just make sure that they're getting taken care of. Where is Suki? Oh, Suki's already handled. Cool. So if Alice and Bicep, what's Alice's deal? Couple of bruises. Alright. You returned from space stuffing. It was chicken Alfredo. Nice. Chicken Alfredo's always a good time. So that Thrumbohorn almost got someone killed because we had butchered it and it was still in that room with them when they turned on us. So they got themselves armed and fought back. It's fine. They still assisted the colony for a little while. It's just a bummer I'm not going to get a new reward, like a better reward. Yeah. We also have these installations and all that. But those are going to require like gas masks to do that. Please feed Suki. Suki's getting very hanky. Travelers want charity. I have plenty of medicine to give out, actually. Alright. I just realized I did not... Well, I mean, I made a door here. I guess that's fine. I was gonna say, I did make a door along this whole side. I'm like, you know what? Actually, I did. It's fine. Alright. People need better clothing. I guess assign that to Hall. Right, so we actually got that stone cutting table. So if I make it out of wood, it still costs steel. So we want to wait on that, because I need every teeny tiny bit of steel I can get. And right now, that is all the stone I have in the map are these 6 tiles, which I think will give me 30 stone blocks worth. I don't remember the exact amount. It won't be enough to even build a single wall, let alone a building. So it's not significant enough to give up the steel for. Later on, we can handle it though. All right. We have the forced weather. That should be running out pretty soon, actually. 15 days and we're 11 days in? Yeah, so we got a little over 3 more days. Just took the butchering 50 Striders. What are you going on about, Strider? You already know we don't cannibalism. That's... Literally, I had people die that we probably could have saved if I had done cannibalism, but we don't cannibalism. I keep wanting to start new buildings, and remembering I don't have the materials. Alright. I have enough jade. How much jade does it take to make a wall? 5 tiles? Oh no. I have enough jade I could make our temple, museum, whatever we want to call it, out of jade. Oh no. Yeah, let's make some bad choices, chat. Let's make some real heckin' bad choices. So that's 12. Let's make it 1 tile narrower. It's never doomed to in a colony before? No, it's fine. You have this colony. The colony looks like broke as heck. Everything's made out of wood everywhere, and they're just having this big jade like temple in the back of it. It's definitely going to be one of those situations like I go, why is your colony broke? And like everyone looks at the temple in the back made out of pure jade. I was like, I don't know. I don't know where all the money went. Look, man, it's been a tough economy. Okay, so one of you should be out of here pretty soon. Part of me wishes I actually took the colonists that were ours that died and made like graves, just so we could have the graves that are like, okay, this person died, this person died, to kind of just keep track of how many and which of the Coral Island characters we went through, because we went through a pretty decent number of them, a non-insignificant number of them. Is the way I will phrase it. Yay, we have improved relations to no longer be negative. I wonder if there's like a minimum amount of crafting skill or construction skill. Oh, right. Suki is the one who would be doing the construction. Honestly, I think I could just assign Suki to be higher in construction, because this farm can be handled by one person. We don't need groups of people to handle this one. Hypothermia? Look. I have enough problems right now. I could really go for you not being one of them. Okay, so that should help with the hypothermia. So yeah, that'll be one new pawn when they get there, and then this will be the other new pawn. Of course you've got hypothermia. You're an imp who can't handle the cold. I'm gonna have to build a second one. Alright. So it's gonna make wood a bit more of a problem. Just the jade. There isn't any kind of floor I can actually make out of jade, right? I know they used to have one. I think they got rid of it, though. Okay, that's fine. It used to be there was jade floors you could build as well at one point. I think that's like way back in vanilla. So how much health does a jade wall have? 150. So a jade wall is more fragile. Did they get rid of chemroot? I have no idea what chemroot is, so I'm guessing they never had it. Like, either they got rid of it or they never had it in the first place. They have chem fuel, but there's, as far as I'm aware, there's no chemroot. That's probably a mod. Sounds like a mod thing. It's one of the difficult things because of how many people play with how many mods and how frequently that sometimes, like, what is and isn't part of the base game gets real blurry. Just the jade place. You're secretly Skynet? You're really bad at keeping that a secret. Alright, 2 more days and then the storm goes away. We've got all our kibble. We've got all this stuff in here. It does make me wonder how much I'll be able to get done with that. Yeah, so all our wood right now is going to go directly into the fires and whatnot. We still have too long and all that. Luckily now I have the two sets of dryads going, as long as we stop executing them constantly. We good? Chaos skip, I don't care. Logging camp, nope. Steel mining, can't caravan. Ship to the stars is not happening. So this could be interesting. Like, these ones, like trying to do those with the masks, like just trying to run over there, grab the relic and all that. We'll grab the data to get the relic. Just a jade building. Alright, so that being a jade building, I still have 538 jade left. So clearly, the next thing we should do is what do I need in that building for ideology? We'll plan for that to be our temple. So we have the Fair of Truth, which requires an altar, a lectern, and knee pillows. So ideology. So which one is ours and what can I make it out of? The True Shrine, can I make it out of jade? That's the question. I can and I will. It's not ostentatious at all. No. It's fine. Everyone else is living in wood hovels where they sleep in the sand. How did you write potato on the ground? Oh, this is a mod. If you do ! mods, it'll give you the name of the mods, but something like labels on floor or something like that. And it's not that I choose like that I'm gonna name this, that I'm gonna name that. It'll go, oh, that's a barracks, and it'll write barracks center. It goes, oh, that's a workshop, it'll write that. If you mix the rooms, it'll label whatever it's most considered to be based on that. Fields, it'll tell it what is. It's a really cool mod. But ! mods will get the name. So that's 100, and we'll still have 536. So get our lectern in here. Labels on floor, that's the one. Just get a colony nearby one of the tribal colonies who always drops a little bit of jade, and just make that your entire base, where you just build a base entirely and exclusively out of jade. Like, just get a mod for jade floors just for the memes. All right. Yes, we're starting to get cloth. Okay, you can build all that. It's just checking who was crafting to make sure it was people had actually finished those at some point. So you should be, yeah, you got 1 week till you're done. And you are still wild before you'll convert. Do dryads eat our prayers or what? No, we just... Basically, we just keep taking care of the dryad tree. And then once you take care of it long enough, the dryads show up and do stuff. Come on out. Come on out. Through the door. Now get him. You're not supposed to fire at will. I literally told you not to. Oh, get out of here. I say impids are actually weak to melee. It's like all I need to do is melee you, it'll be fine. So you got bruised. You took a gunshot that weakened you. We don't really care about that. We are doing kind of a meme-y, like, story-ish run thing that we're doing a crossover between the game Coral Island and this one. So once this character joins, we aren't keeping them whatever they are, whether good, bad, or otherwise. We will be deleting that character. We'll be randomly assigning a Coral Island character for them instead. And then that Coral Island character will be there. Good, the weather's all cleared up. So I could potentially make this dryad produce food. They're very inefficient, but they would even produce it during the winter when it's too cold for other stuff to grow. I probably should just keep them on wood. Like, honestly, just probably keep them on wood, keep the wood rolling in for right now. Because that's going to take a lot of wood to do. I want to put, like, bridge all along here. Probably have bridge that goes to our kill box so we can get there much faster. Probably a bridge over this way so we can get up to that exit really quick. You know, get this inside here filled in a lot. Because we can always switch it to a different thing later. Okay, so if we do that, I guess we'd give Theo plant cut as well. And so Theo could start filling in for that as well. Weirdly making it so later on this might be a decent tree connection colony. Now granted, I want to say with the tree connections they get upset about too many trees dying or you cutting them down. But if I get enough of these sorted out, I could tell them to just not cut down the trees anymore. And that becomes the source of wood here. So you're going to Theo. Yay, Kangaroo is no longer a wee little one. Well, not as wee little. So Kangaroo can now actually contribute around here. Let's hope they have a little bit more luck than the other children have had. The other children who aren't here anymore. They went upstate to the farm. Don't worry about it. Basically, when things got real bad, they were some of the colonists who didn't make it. One got by the flu, and the other one got killed by just straight up starvation. Oh, you should be over there since you're not a pacifist. Don't worry about that. I wonder if I can label these. Part of me was like, I can go ahead and make sarcophagus, because we still have almost 400. How much would a sarcophagus cost out of jade? $60? So I'd be able to make 5 of them. That'll work. And to use up all that jade. Don't botch it so I lose a whole bunch of materials, please. Prisoner. Okay, I mean, that'd be nice, but... It is what it is. Get rid of all those. Prisoner convert in the meantime. Because I'd like to be able to see if I can label the sarcophagus. Because if I can do that, I can label the sarcophagus for the characters we've already lost. As just like a nod to them. And then later on when we get more, we can, you know, do it that way. Yeah, so I can't do anything with that. It's still fine. We'll bury people from now on, and we'll just have to remember, like, that we had, like, Lily and Betty and a bunch of them that didn't make it. Oh, you, more woodmaker. Right now, just every one of them's gonna be woodmaker till we get stuff sorted. Why did that get destroyed? It's fine, whatever. Alright. So pretty soon I'm going to need to make more bedrooms, is what this is boiling down to. That every time I turn around, I need more bedrooms. And the issue here is just still back to, I need wood. Just right now, most of that wood is getting eaten up by the, by like the fires in the stove. I'm just gonna go ahead and destroy this now because I can. That way it's just like one less thing to worry about on the map. Okay. Even though I probably won't be able to follow through with this thing. But it's more steel slag that maybe someday I'll be able to use. We'll see. Alright. Yeah, so the room is getting like tons of beauty in it. So even though that it's just sand floor, it's got somewhat impressive, somewhat rich, very spacious. It's only neutral beauty because the sand is penalizing a lot of it. But we'll fix that eventually. Because I can see that room potentially getting like the really fancy wood floors if we get the material to do it. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. Okay, you're getting close to flipping over. You should be ready to pop up pretty soon. Okay, 4 more days for Paralica Beja to give up. That's when we get our new colonist and all that. And we did say that if I get someone that we've already had before or is already in the colony, we'll just name them protagonist. And we'll probably make like a really meme character. I was thinking about giving them like no passions. Like give them like farming skill and like no passions or whatever we can make. We'll figure it out. I don't know, it should be interesting. Or play on the fact, in all those games, you just like randomly inherit property in this tropical paradise or whatever. So if there's like a background story, it's like rich parent or something, make that what it is. Because that's just always been a meme in that genre, is just, you go to this town, you inherit a farm from your grandfather or from your uncle, or the town just gives you one. And it was like, man, what is all these games just like giving us, like, massive areas of property. What world is this? Okay, so we've got the prosthetics. I mean, honestly, well, actually, so I'm trying to remember how good that is. Let's see. Roger Much is genetically engineered to produce silk net is both difficult to tear and soft to touch. While the mushroom takes a very long time to grow, only exotic ultra-tech fabrics outperform. Right. I don't remember what the insulation is on Devil's No Strand, though. Or you can make them very OP, and your arrives, you have to do everything. Literally all this, like, the protagonist arrives, and all the other colonists, they just put, like, schedule is just nothing but recreation, the entire schedule. You good? Oh, no, not really. You are not good. You're, probably gonna collapse, considering you're just trying to get to the rest of your group. That'll go well for you. Yeah, I think once we get the Devil Strand, I think we lose this part of the trees. And just focus on having our dryads do the wood. Because I like, even in colonies that were focused around the dryads before, I only need 1 or 2 trees to just have more wood than I knew what to do with. Devil Strand's a bit better for warm and a bit lower for cold than alpaca and buffalo. Okay, that's pretty good. Kangaroo. I need you to go away. You should be on Area 1 restriction. For a moment, I thought they were gonna just run into my kill box. I'm like, don't do that. I'm not ready for you. They wanted to make sure they couldn't use the wall for cover. Oh, they can actually. Okay. Let's pop back out. They just scattered the dryads. Protection turns and bullets and swords way better than wool. Yeah, it's just the whole thing that takes eternity to grow. Yeah, so I figured we'd do that, and we could replace this whole area with Devil Strand, and just let it take forever to grow. And start making our clothes out of that. Oh, also, we should probably go to our assignments here. Assign, edit, do not allow raw food. Make sure they're only in the cook stuff. Hey, Tweak Music. Happy Monday to you as well. Good seeing you. Let me go ahead and get a shout out for Tweak. For those who don't know, Tweak Music tips. Another creator I got to meet a little while back. Why are you downed? Thank you for your gun. But a creator I got to meet, would it be like a month and a half ago or whatever? Okay, I can't rescue because of new room. But fantastic fun person. Does like a lot of talk show kind of format stuff on the platform. So if you're looking for like more of a podcasty talk show kind of thing, they do a lot of that type of content. So definitely worth checking out and getting all that stuff. Yeah. Alright, so let's rescue this person. I don't think we'll be able to keep them alive. And the reason for that is RimWorld is very, very unkind to people of advanced age. And this person's 93. I have never been able to keep a pawn alive that old. Almost there. Gotcha. I appreciate it. Let's see. So, who was one of the ones who can do medical? Alice? Feed them. It's not one of our pawns. It's one of the Empire's. I'm hoping that when they go to leave, they'll pick them up and bring them with them. Because they'll usually do that if it's a downed pawn of their same faction. Which I appreciate. Because otherwise, the only way I'm getting this person out of here is to pick them up right before they're able to walk again, walk them all the way over to the edge of the map, and then put them back down so they can reach the edge of the map and leave successfully. Alright. We're still converting that person. We're trying to convince them to join us. Hector should be getting up any time now. 2 more days. And then we'll do the thing where we delete the pawn, roll the dice to see which Coral Island character they get to be, and, you know, take 5 minutes to create that character. Normally I do challenge runs. This is just kind of a one-off weird run that we've been having fun with. How long do you get out of here, Bicep? 3 days. Okay. We've got this entire room made out of jade. Okay, we can actually fit one more jade sarcophagus in here. Crisis of belief. Because you're ravenously hungry. Why are you not being fed? Who is our warden and why aren't they feeding you? What's the rating of this room? So this room is considered rich, very impressive, a beauty of neutral. Despite the fact that its floor is just literally sand. Please stop lighting everything on fire in my wood building. Okay, so they're all done. They're all done with their fires. That's not too bad. We're about to get a next batch of produce up here, so that'll be good. We still got 2,000 something food hanging around. Just this ridiculous room that's nothing but jade. Just everyone else being these little wood cabins sleeping in the sand, and then we've got this. I mean, heck, those jade coffins. Probably better sleeping arrangement than spot on sand. I'm just gonna leave that one alone. I would like to save them, but they can't. They physically can't even walk off the side of the map. So I can't help them. RimWorld being RimWorld. Being incredibly hostile towards the elderly. Okay. Alright, so pretty soon we'll be getting out of the winter. And then when we get out of the winter, we'll be able to put out those fires. We'll get a lot more of our wood to keep for ourselves so we can Look, I really don't want to do this, but I will. Do not fire at will. Get in there and start beating up Curry, because Curry's going to go beat up the other prisoner. And I do believe Curry's going to win that fight, so let's gang up on him. Get him knocked out. Alright. Okay, just bruises on all of you. Yeah, I do need you to actually bandage everyone up. That's fine. We have so few colonists, yet there's not enough beds just because those two and all that, having this be a temporary prison, not having the wood to build another room. Alright, so you're getting really close to flipping. You do not flip, you're just literally staying there for a quest, so no more interaction. Hector gets up real soon, and then we get to back up our save before I start dev moding the character to swap him out for a Coral Island character. That way I don't completely scuff the whole thing. I want to be able to make like the fancy tribal wood floors in here. I already know it's gonna be like 1,500 wood, which means it's not gonna be something I could do for a very long time. Like just really, really get that opulent that this room is just money the whole way down. I can also see like building paths between here if we get the extra materials, but that'll be another thing that'll happen. Let's be real, it probably won't happen because the colony will be long dead before we get there, but it'd be a way down the road to be able to like get some stone, make a path along the sides here. Okay, so Hector is up. So again, it's time to get rid of Hector. So let's save real fast so I don't mess things up. Or rather, if I mess things up, I can revert. So since we're doing this whole thing where we're doing like the Coral Island one, we've got ourselves a new colonist. So the first thing I do is I destroy the new colonist. Hector doesn't exist anymore. Let's get rid of dev mode now so I don't mess anything else up. And then we're going to make a new colonist. And warning, we're going to have a bright screen coming. Bright screen coming. This is your warning. Hey! Kilodrix, thank you so much for the raid. Give me just a moment. So we're gonna get Nina. Who is this person? We are playing RimWorld, but we're doing a weird thing about it. I play a 14-hour stream. Got to get some food and sleep. You do that. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. For those who do not know Kilodrix also plays RimWorld. So if you're looking for RimWorld, you know, that's a place you can go find it. For all the people who did pop in with that raid, what would you say was the favorite part of the raid? So if you're trying to figure out what we've got going on here, we're doing a weird thing that I'm excited for. There's a game coming out tomorrow called Coral Island. And it's not out yet, so I can't play it yet in the 1.0 release. And so we're doing this weird RimWorld Coral Island crossover. Oh, death by toe. Oh, like bled out from a toe, like toe prom or toe infection. So what we're doing is each time we get a new colonist, we delete that new colonist real fast, and then we make a colonist to match one of the Coral Island characters. It's a weird gimmicky thing. I'm just doing it because it's a weird thing. Normally I do challenge runs. So we did get our colonist chosen. So the new colonist is going to be Nina. So let's go in here. I never use this mod, so it always takes me a while to remember how to even do this. Where's the thing where I add a thing? Oh, there we go. So I make a new colonist, and this colonist is going to be Nina. And weirdly, They don't have last names. So they're just Nina, Nina, Nina. And Nina in Coral Island World is... She goes just as a vacation home kind of thing. I don't think it even gets into what her profession is. Yeah, she doesn't have a profession. She just visits. Let's see. Top right corner is probably night mode on fandom. Oh, thank you. I can't make it work with the picker, but yeah, I've got that. All right. So with her, we basically need to find things that sound like this character. So this is a character who just goes on vacation and lives like an easy life kind of thing. Just kind of laissez-faire about it. So we're looking for someone who... Traveler? Is Traveler one of them? So Traveler... So we gotta find the childhood, but as an adult Traveler would work. If there's one that's like a rich person's son, free thinker, I'd work with that. Yeah, I can go with free thinker here. You had Traveler. Traveling Bard. We can go with that. So say they're a Traveler. We'll need to add a couple of traits. We've been adding 2 traits into each of these people. So... let's see. Something that would fit, like we could have the, lazy could be what we go with. I actually don't know much about this character. I'm sure someone who actually knows the character is like, no, she's not lazy. Don't be that way. I don't know, man. I barely talked to her. She's definitely not depressive. I'm gonna go with lazy. A lot of our people have a lot of positive stuff, so we'll go kind and lazy, and we'll quickly make them look just vaguely like it. So I need you to lose the hat so I can actually see what the heck your hair looks like. Close, but not quite. Cause she just has kind of like medium length hair. What this game calls long. That's perfect almost. It's almost the right color too. Then go to the color wheel. There we go. And we want no tattoos on her, because that's just not what they have. And honestly, the head shape's not bad. So this actually getting me pretty close to what I would probably put this character as anyways. Alright, you know what? That's fine. We can go with that. I don't want to spend forever making the characters we try and be fast about, so save. Nina. Oh, let's check your health, make sure it's not a big thing. Okay. Save again. Nina. Alright. And with that, we've got our new colonist, Nina, who is one of the characters from Coral Island. So let's see what they actually got stat-wise. They're good at shooting and animals and not a whole lot else, and incapable of intellectual. Excellent. That is a useful pawn. I'm being very sarcastic about that in my case right now. Alright, oh, actually, you're not a child anymore. You can be unrestricted. No, you are a child. So let's get you set up. So you can handle, we don't want you cooking. We probably don't want you hunting. You can be the person to handle the animals. We are going to have, you know what? You get to take over the construction. Alright. So Nina's going to be our construction pawn. I would really like to get a new melee pawn, because our melee pawn unfortunately died. Both of them. Because this run, we had the last year. We have about 3/4 of the year grow season. Leading into the winter, we had a really long volcanic winter. Then we had actual winter. And then we had a cold snap. And then people started dying of starvation. You know how it goes. Sometime RimWorld was like, what if I just was awful? We are also doing a fairly difficult tile. If you look around, you'll notice there is no stone. There is no steel, there's no components, there's no rocks, there's no anything I can mine building material-wise. You'll also notice the only areas I can grow is a little spot right there, then technically got 2 little spots here, and then even added onto that, that's the pollution. Because where we're thematically trying to make this like Coral Island, the game, which is a cute little slice of life game, the negative thing that you're trying to help the colony or the town through is that they've had a bad oil spill. So that is our oil spill. And that's what we're going with. Normally I don't do like any dev mode shenanigans, but because I'm waiting for this other game to come out and my mind's there, that's kind of what we've been doing. Now, let me go ahead and get that off my screen so I can watch all my OBS stuff to make sure if anything goes wrong I can see it. We are about to get a second character that I'm going to be doing that again with. I've got a prisoner here. We do need more bedrooms, but this tile, because of that, this is my only source of wood and we're starting to get dryads up. So my ability to build stuff sucks, as you can tell by the fact that everyone here is living in sand floors with no furniture in these tiny little wooden hovels. And then we have our temple that's made entirely out of nothing but jade. It's just the way we live. We had a jade meteorite crash on here, and it's like, all right, well, let's just make a building out of jade, I guess. So, you know, it's not too opulent. Don't worry about it. But yeah, normally the kind of runs I do is I have a pollution challenge I do. That's not my problem. It's not even one of my colonists. But, normally I do stuff like I have a pollution challenge where I max out the pollution, choose a tile with 100% pollution, then I'm not allowed to bag up the pollution and walk it off the map or drop pot it out. I can't choose people who are immune or resistant to the pollution or anything like that. I just have to live with it and deal with it and make it work. I've done challenge runs around like doing stuff where we have different xenotypes to work with. I tend to do a lot of ones where I go on like really awful tiles like marsh and that and just deal with the fact that I just can't build hardly anywhere. I do a lot. Oh, I didn't already load the plant. There's a mod I have called Geological Formations. So I do a lot of runs where I choose really hard geological formations to do my colonies in. That's gonna take a minute because I load the whole planet. So like we'll do the one, there's one called like Swamp Hill that I wanted to show real fast, which is why I clicked this so I could show one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because like Swamp Hill, what happens is you got like this little rock middle area. And then it's surrounded by like endless marsh. So if we go terrain, select nearby thing, and choose Swamp Hill. So you look at, got like this little pocket of usable space in the middle, and then all of this is just mud and marsh. So like all that outside area is like basically unusable until you get moisture pump. Normally I also run 2 mods called random research and no research. Oh, it's bicep. I was trying to put the wrong person in there. Cool. Oh wait, I forgot. That was gonna give us yet another new pawn. Okay. We'll deal with that in a minute. So that does mean we get another new character. So just like we did before, we're gonna back up or save just in case I mess up dev mode stuff. Do this, dev mode, do that. Go. Destroy. There we go. Turn dev mode back off. And we will make our new colonist. To avoid flashbanging everyone, I'm just gonna roll the thing and say what name we got, and then I'll show the character. So we got Takeba? Who the heck is Takeba? Didn't the caravan trick work, or have you forgot about it? I didn't need to do that. Oh no, I'm deleting the colonist because just get rid of him. That's not the point. So let's go find Takeba, because we got apparently a character named Takeba. I have no idea who is. Takeba is... Oh, the guy who runs the hot springs. Who has, like, no information about it. He's an old man who runs the hot springs. That's who that character is. Alright, so we're gonna make a little old man who runs the hot springs, I guess. Alright, so new character. Yeah, you wish you're getting all that fancy stuff. And a character who doesn't really have a background. He's got inside his place, he's got bonsai trees. So we'll say he's an amateur botanist. What else would fit? Not an archaeologist. Just looking for anyone who might work. Not chef. He doesn't cook as far as I'm aware. You do like generic colonist. A corporate fixer. A corporate drone. You know what? We can go with counselor. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just go with counselor so I don't have to look at forever. Alright, so let's get rid of these. So we have to add 2 traits. Let's make him walk slowly. I think that'll be fitting of his characters, because character just walks around really slowly and just chills. So it's not jogger. There's one for slow walker, which is one of my least favorite traits. Slow poke. Okay. And then probably sanguine is the other one. Because he seems like the kind of person who wouldn't have any problems. Now, we do need to go in here that we definitely don't get to have a mech link for free. So I've got that out of here. No tattoo. We'll give you thin. No tattoo. So far as the hair goes, you have no hair. So you're bald. At least I believe he was bald. Let me pull it up again so I can actually see it. That's not what I wanted. Please tell me I didn't close the whole tab. No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, so you're bald and you've got like white eyebrows not. Alright, so you're bald. I wasn't sure if you had facial hair or not. Yeah, so we can go here to... That's all fine, that's all fine. Go like there. Trying to remember how I delete stuff off of this. Because I want to get rid of the air wire thing. I mean, worst case... Oh, I think it can go here and say... Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Like, I thought there was a button. Just delete stuff out of their inventory. It's fine. That's close enough. I thought we figured this out. It's fine. You know what we can do? We can just go right here. Where are you at? We can say gear, drop, drop. Good enough. And then we can go back in here real fast. Name the character and all that. So it's Take Ba. Will also be called Take Ba. Take Ba. And you're going to be 65. The character's probably much older than that, but RimWorld is already going to make this person die in, like, 3 things. It says you still have an air wire set, even though I got rid of that. Oh, and you're also a male. Alright, so we'll do that. Okay, did I remember to set Nina's age? I did not. Because we've been taking all the romantic interests in the game, since they're age ambiguous. We've been just setting them all to 20. That's weird. All right, so we're not gonna pick those up because they're not supposed to have those. We're gonna let those be destroyed. Okay, we get another one right away. But that's all the characters I had pending. So we've had like almost like an in-game, like 2 in-game years before we had any meaningful number of people show up. So we're just getting them all at once. So I do apologize about, because that was the whole thing, is like having this only once in a while isn't that disruptive. But having it one time after the other is a bit much. Alright. And so our next new person is Raj, the guy who runs the coffee shop, I believe. So let me go and pull up Raj. Yeah, it's the guy who runs the coffee shop. So we got a super fancy guy who runs the coffee shop. Alright. So get this person out of here. Make a new colonist. Add. And there's no one else we have recruiting right now, so that'll be that. So beard-wise, he has like a whole goatee thing going. It's not just the goatee, it's the mustache too. Mustache and chops. I think box is the closest they have. There's not too much that fits in there. So you're male. Go in here and say Raj, Raj, Raj. You're human. We're arbitrarily making you 20. I have no idea about Raj's like actual background. It doesn't really say much beyond he runs a coffee shop. An interesting name? Yep. Just your background is computer. Commoner heir. Country child. I feel like something eccentric. Pop idol. Pop idol might be one we go with. Even though it probably doesn't actually follow the character, it just... Not High Baroness. Imperial student. We'll go with logical child. He runs his own business, we'll just do that. And then meanwhile for this one, I was curious if they had something like, what is a word for barista? Bartender. You know what? Bartender is close enough. We'll get rid of all these. Okay. So we're going to go and set him to be like pretty whatever. That'll be one of them. And we will have another one for like too smart could be a fun one. I'm gonna make them nimble, even though I'm probably not gonna make him melee or anything like that. I'm gonna make him nimble. He's doing a bunch of stuff that he has to do with his hands. We'll just go with that. Hair-wise, he's got long hair. Okay. So let's go and try and get that hair set up. There was one here that was like a really like dapper. It wasn't the mop. There's like a really fancy hairstyle here. This is stuff I never pay attention to when I'm actually playing the game, is like the different hairstyles on the characters. Oh, is it Bravo? Yeah, it's the Bravo hairstyle, that's right. And go the hair color, and you've got like dark brown. We'll go with that. Alright. Make sure there's no tattoos or anything, because that isn't what we're looking for. You'll have a narrow head. Stop. That's fine. Male, narrow pointy. Body. Let's go with the regular male body. And then finally, we need to go to skin color, because you are a bit more in the area of olive. Not quite that far. It's darker than that. Can't quite hit the right color. It's fine. That'll do. And so we will save that. Do we have any health stuff we gotta worry about? No, we'll save that. And that gives us Raj. Okay. So that's got all that sorted out. Let's get these schedules fixed. So I do apologize for all of that happening at the same time. But that's fine. Because we got two characters at the same time, and then one character is a little bit ago. That actually gives us someone who can do a doctor stuff. And you can also warden. You're capable of cooking, but you're not going to. You can actually mine. I guess we'll have you worry about hauling and that kind of stuff. And if you have the availability, you can work on the other stuff. Okay. Well, Hudson, you love how Suki already got a cataphract helmet. Well, it was funny. We had Betty, who's like the little old lady, like grandma in the colony, and she ended up being my melee pawn. She unfortunately, when we had a bunch of people die of starvation, she was one of the ones who didn't make it. But it was her cataphract helmet that we got from a quest. So she was running around with the cataphract helmet, like the little old lady who, you know, she's like the sweet old lady in town. And she was running around with a knife stabbing people. Okay. So this gets query. Not stripped, don't do that. That gets you out of here. And then with that, that can be for colonists again. Cool. So that'll help a bunch of our standings, because we really angered the Empire, because when things got desperate, we kept taking their quests for watching animals and then eating the animals they gave us. You know, just RimWorld things. Alright, so... You understand, you see this scheduling in the game, it seems fine. But when I see the same for Stranded... I haven't played Stranded in a while. I know Stranded has very different rules about it, though. Like, some of these kinds of games, when you don't have something assigned, they literally won't do anything. In other of these games, they'll kind of just do whatever they need to do. Like, if you cut them loose. Alright. It's a shame you don't have steel. I need you to come back with steel, friends. That's what I need. I have a need for steel. And it just needs to be satisfied. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is I am going to shrink this grow zone to about half. Because we're going to make a new grow zone here for the Devil Strand. And that'll be how we start dealing with our clothing problem. But yeah, I know, generally speaking with RimWorld, there's so many ways you can handle your scheduling in RimWorld. You can just say, like, leave the whole thing open. You can put the whole thing for recreation. You can put the whole thing for sleep. And once they're, like, not sleepy anymore, they'll wake up and do other things anyways. I'm not saying any of those are optimal at all, but, like, it can still work. I don't even know what I want you to do anymore. Because the problem is I have no steel. So I can't make the more advanced table, and I can't make the machining tables and all that stuff, until I get someone to show up with steel. Hey, free glitter world. Thanks for the free glitter. Also probably time to increase the amount of food we cook per round. Yep, free meds are always good. But yeah, no, it's you just can't compare one game to another, like their scheduling and all that. Free meds to get you addicted? Get you addicted to like being able to... It's not, oh. Hypothermia on who? Raj? We definitely need more clothes. Let's have you standing here for a minute. Never mind, you're having a food binge. Well, you're probably gonna get frostbite, so that's not great. We'll see. We might get lucky and, they'll figure out the whole closing. This map seems so sand and water and pollution. But that's like the challenge of the map is there's so little building materials to work with. So you depend a lot on trade and getting what you can, and just I've had to like lean so heavily on like making so much of this dedicated to wood. Like all 3 of those are for wood as well. So is this deep drilling waiting room, optimistically? Yeah, so I need to get 250 steel. I'm at 243. Once I get that, I can get the bigger research table. Once I get the bigger research table, I can research deep drilling. And then once I get deep drilling, if I can get enough supplies to get the drill and the like just a battery and a solar panel or whatever to run it, at least that means I can start building stuff out of stone. You know, if I get lucky and I happen to hit steel or something else, that's even better. You can deep drill in sand? Yeah. Well, I mean, in real life, underneath this, you could very well have a rock formation. Like, in real life, when you look at places that are like atolls and sandbars and that, it's because there's stone underneath that the sand has gotten like stuck, caught on kind of thing. You know, and eventually you'd have like the actual thing come up. Volcanic area. Not always. It can also be an erosion thing as well. Could you please go in there? Here, I'll even give you a sleeping spot. I haven't even had sustainable cloth to give them clothes. Like, we've got some cotton down. That's what I'm hoping is by dedicating this much Devil Strand now. Because we got these up for the woods, so we should be able to start decommissioning these trees. And put other things in place. Hey, Nethercloud! Thank you so much for the raid. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. I could type, I promise. Alright, shout out for Nethercloud. Nethercloud playing some RimWorld. So if you're looking for more RimWorld, you can possibly find it over there. How's the colony going so far? Better than it was earlier, worse than when I started today. We had... Cassandra was kind enough to hit us with a volcanic winter that went for a long time, followed by actual winter, followed by a cold snap, and, you know, things started getting pretty not great at that point. We also got hit with the flu before we recovered from the hunger thing. That said, we did manage to save at least one of the people with the flu. Then I just finished an all endings run. What is an all endings run? I've actually not heard of an all endings run. But 500% Randy? Nice. Because, like, the endings I know of is you have Royalty, you've got Go to the Ship, you've got the Arca Nexus, you've got... Oh, wait, I see what you're doing. So you'd build the ship, you'd send some of your colonists away, you'd then, you know, take the group, you'd, you know, get the shuttle, you'd send some of your colonists away, you'd go to, like, the ship of your stars, send some of your colonists away, but you wouldn't kill your colonists, like, you wouldn't use them all. Okay, that makes sense. In my head, I forgot that you don't have to send everyone. Because usually that's basically when I'm done. It's like, cool. I almost never actually end my colonies. Usually I give myself ridiculous challenge stuff. We all transcended reality at the end. Yep. I was gonna say, because the Arco Nexus actually does forcefully end everything, if I remember correctly. Because I've done that one on stream as well as the Arco Nexus. What was up here? Oh yeah, these things were leaving because we're doing a very memey run right now. That normally I do challenge runs, but they're usually not like 500% naked brutality kind of stuff. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna actually leave that in stone form until I need them because I don't have steel. But usually the challenges I do, it's more environmental. So I'll do like 100% pollution on the world, choose a tile with 100% pollution. I'm not allowed to bag it up and ship it off tile. I'm not allowed to bag it up and, you know, drop pot it away. I just have to deal with the pollution on map, which usually means Pollux trees. And I can't choose anyone who's immune to pollution either. I have all sorts of arbitrary rules I give myself. Like, normally I'm running the no research, random research mods. So that way I have no control over what I get. Because it makes it very, very interesting. Alright, so we got 4 people with clubs. Today we're not actually doing, like, it's kind of a challenge place, but kind of not. So this tile, the big problem is, if you look around, you'll notice a complete absence of stone, steel, components. I mean, components, I got a meteor here, so that's actually, I do have them. But, like, there's no building materials. That's the only grow area on the map. Technically, there's 2 down here. But then if we also look at that, that's all pollution. So it is a very environmentally one where everything is made out of wood because it's all I can get, and I get it very slowly. But this one is a weird run because I'm actually doing it themed off of a different game that is coming out tomorrow called Coral Island, which is like a Stardew Valley-esque game. And we're just kind of thematically going, like, these are all characters from, well, other than Kangaroo, these are all characters from Stardew, or from Coral Island. So I kind of make them like that. So every time I get a new character, I just immediately delete them and drop in a new character that, you know, is one of those. Oh, was that not attacks immediately? No, it's preemptive. Okay. So never mind. False alarm. Everyone get back. Go into Area 1. Today I learned that if you have forced weather quests going on and fire starts in the map, the entire map burns rather than it raining at some point. Yeah. Yep. Nice. You're doing a first playthrough of Stardew Valley as a co-op stream with a friend? Nice. Stardew Valley, is that? What is the meaning of life? There is no meaning. There's just nihilism. No, I'm teasing. I'm generally actually a fairly positive person. The meaning is what you make of it. Be that good, bad, or otherwise. Everyone has their own meaning. There isn't a collective, this is the one and only meaning of life. Alright, so when everyone gets in here, we're just going to do the fill them with bullets strategy, because my melee pawn died. It should rush in any time now. But yeah, so these dryads are basically just producing wood, so I could slowly get rid of that to give myself the ability to accommodate more pawns. Because winters have been rough. So you came in? This looks like a good time? Well, thank you. I honestly haven't gone through doing, like, all of the challenges back-to-back. To be honest, sometimes I ask the question, what is the meaning of life? Yeah, actually, it was, I had on one of the other places I'm streaming, because I'm streaming on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Twitch is my main one. I had someone asking what the meaning of life is. Usually when I get stuff like that, people are looking to troll, but you never know. People might be just looking to get conversation stuff happening. Alright. So, the defense strategy on this one right now is the water is really deep, and it makes them go really slow, and we can try and just saturate the hallway with bullets. Because I can't build stone stuff, because I don't have the materials, and even if I could, you know, water. But the saturation with bullets works okay for now. When they start getting really tough enemies, they'll stop working as well. Because we'll break our own walls down. But it's what we got. Yeah. Well, I do hope your struggles, you know, improve. No problem, fish being. Love the hair, by the way. Favorite color is purple. Gotcha. Yeah, it was for raising money. I had a milestone, like it was like a subathon kind of thing that we got enough money raised. I would dye my hair, and then I let chat vote in the color. And purple stood out as like the strong one. That people really wanted to see. It's getting a little scant, little thinned out now. Like I've had it for maybe like 2 months, but the brown is definitely coming back in. So pretty soon, it'll end up getting cut back and it'll stop being purple. Which, as much fun as it has been to have the purple hair, like I'm actually kind of glad I did. Really enjoyed it. I don't think I'm gonna keep it because it's a heck of a lot of maintenance I don't want to deal with. You have to like re-dye it like every couple of weeks, which it's not like go to the salon. Like I went to the salon and got it properly done to start with, and otherwise it's just toss some dye in it. You know, we'll like wash, toss some dye in it, but it's regular thing. Like hair color? Yep. Alright, good. You talked to the therapist? I hope that works out to you. And it looks like Leah is going to have another kid. We've been trying to not have more kids in this colony, which is usually the opposite of what I'm doing. Let's see. We're all trying to convince Nether to do the purple mohawk. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's, like, dyeing, especially if you have, like, a dark color hair, because I have a fairly dark brown as my natural hair color. Like, you have to bleach it, which, don't get me wrong, having my hair all bleached, and then looking at that and going, oh god, the 90s skateboard trend has come back, please no, was definitely not the look for me. But then we got dyed purple. But yeah, it was fun. I'm glad I did it. I wouldn't be against doing it again, but it'd be something like I'd do like a charity stream or something again. And then, you know, one of the later milestones have to like re-dye it or whatever. Right now your hair is purple and pink. Nice. Let's see, you've dyed your hair a lot of colors. You haven't done purple yet. Gotta do it now, I guess. Yeah, the one thing that, and this is what I was told, like, when I mentioned it, is apparently purple is one of the harder colors, like, or not the harder colors. It's one of the colors that, like, what's the word? Fades faster. I don't know why, I don't know the science behind hair, but that was what I was warned. It's like, this is the one that's a little bit more high maintenance than some other colors. That I guess some colors, like reds and that, stay in much easier. The blues are the ones that never leave. That's good to know. Blue's a good color. But yeah, now the purple fades pretty quickly. Combat supplier. Well, that'll give me guns. It just doesn't give me more metal. Now go and grab food. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to grab myself a new drink because I just finished my last one. Darkness says, probably less to do with the color and the material. Probably some things react air water more readily. Yeah, so that's what I'm guessing. You're probably not wrong. Is that when you like shampoo your hair and all that, that it leaches it out more than a lot of other colors. Because that's what I notice is, like when I go and I wash my hair, it very noticeably gets lighter each time. Like right after I dye it, the first wash hair, your hands look like just, you know, it's like straight up a Grimace murder scene or something. There's just so much purple. You know, copper-based products fade real quick. I have no idea what base they are. Like, you killed Barney? Yep, it's pretty much you're just like, oh man, everything is purple in here. Gotta really make sure I clean off this shower because I definitely don't want my shower to be stained purple. All you have is helmets. I mean, you have a Zeus hammer that's way outside my budget, which is also nice, but you just have helmets. I need steel. I do not know what the Fermi paradox is off the top of my head. Well, that's not what you want to see. I need that food. What I want to not see more is let's try and get ahead of this. Please prioritize the building being on fire. I'm really glad we have the caravan here, because dealing with that fire, I really didn't have the capacity to deal with that. You can't put out a fire, but you can haul an SMG back for me. I don't say no to that. So this is going great. Okay, they're gonna protect most of the fence there. Well, that was pretty bad. Luckily, I do have a lot of food in storage because I'm guessing it was a lightning thing. I didn't see what actually happened. I just looked. I was down here dealing with the trade and looked up. I was like, "Why is my farm on fire?" Okay. So good news is we did spare a lot of the corn, which is the one that gives us the most. So we did lose these 3 fields of food. That was cotton we lost. We didn't lose... Oh, good. That'll be more brick later. That's only our second one in 3 years. Alright. What do we even want to have you work on? Because I can't do geothermal. There's no geothermal. We'll get hydroponics just in case that becomes an option later. No. Just do plate armor. Because technically I can make wood plate armor. They did. Katie never grew out of? Yeah. But yeah. The many stars likely inhabited, but no extraterrestrial contact. Fermi paradox is why haven't we found advanced civilization in the vast universe? Universe is big. That's a good enough reason to say anything. Universe is big. And even then, like, if we send out a radio signal saying, you know, are you out there kind of thing, like, it can be literally like millions of years before it can be received. Yeah, there's only 2 ways you can get across here, and I'm down to get some material. As well as some shooting training. That already happened? Alright. Because hopefully we'll be able to get a decent amount of, like, snake leather or whatever to get some clothes. Because we've been hurting on materials for clothing, which has made winter rough as well. Because there's almost no animals that come through here. That's the reason the moment we had a migration, I beelined over here immediately to start hunting them. Alright. So Alice and Raj can get out of here. You're going to break soon if I don't. Okay. Those the last 2. Is it was something about hydrogen formula or something like that? There's a whole thing about receiving or receiving the most efficient way you could think about. Oh. Broccoli receiving, what'd you miss? We did kill a whole lot of cobras. So that we could hopefully get a little bit of Get a little bit of fabric for clothing, because we've been struggling with that. We also had a bunch of this burned down from... I don't know what caused the fire. I think lightning, maybe. But you can see we had that whole part of the field burned down. I'm not too worried about that. I got about 2,000... 2,000 meat saved. We can also go ahead and toggle off re-upping that fire. Let it just burn out now. We don't need it for the summer. It's even different to experience how big the universe is. We know it's vast, but see, even a simulation is awe-inspiring. Yeah, no, that's, like, that was one of the things that I found interesting about the game Elite Dangerous. They have what's supposed to be a 1-to-1 scale of the Milky Way galaxy, and you can fly to all the different points. They do have, like, the faster-than-light travel to get between things, but you very quickly realize the scale of that when, over the course, I think the game's been out for, like, 10 years, and has a very large number of people in the player base whose entire thing they focus on is just, like, exploring the universe. And even with all that, they only had, like, revealed 1% or something of the entire Milky Way galaxy. And it's like, and that's a singular galaxy out of, unquantifiable large number of galaxies. Alright, so who is the one who can go take a trip and won't direly impact us? I feel like Nina's a good choice for going. Yeah, Nina, you get to go take a trip. Oh, of course, Nina's having a break. How long do you just leave on your own? It doesn't look like it's got time. So the moment Nina is no longer, like, pigging out, we'll toss him on the shuttle. There we go. Get out of here, Nina. Have a good time. Enjoy working someplace other than here. I forgot you're all restricted. Okay. I don't need any of the things you're offering. I need you to come back with steel. That is what I need, is steel. Much better, especially now that you've gotten to really talk to with the doctor. That's good. I was hoping when you mentioned you had actually gotten to talk to a therapist, it's like, I really hope that works out. I know it does take a lot of people, usually like going through like 2 or 3 different therapists to find one that really works with them. Like, it's not that the therapist is bad or anything like that. It's just, someone who's a good fit for a friend for me isn't necessarily a good fit for a friend for someone else. It's that kind of thing. But I know that's a regular problem, is just finding what you're looking for, finding someone who's a good fit. Still looking good for a good fit as well? Yeah. It's just one of those things. Has anyone died? At the beginning of stream, about half the colony. We lost like 4 or 5 people. Just Cassandra not doing the like, I'm gonna fight you with guns. Cassandra was doing the, I am going to wreck your food supply, because I can't even like caravan away to go get food, because the entire planet is pollution. Like every single tile, that's just part of the challenge. So unless I have masks, caravanning is certain death, kind of like going in a, it's like when you don't have cold clothes and you just go walk across ice sheet, you're just not gonna make it, because the toxic buildup here versus the cold. With masks, you can go very short distances if you're pretty quick about it. If I get gas masks, then you start getting a lot of options. So we basically only caravan as a last-ditch thing, because whoever caravans is probably not getting home okay. Like, if we're lucky, they get halfway home and I can send someone out to pick them up and drag them the rest of the way. But the issue is, we looked at it, the nearest friendly place is over there, so I'd have to walk them down to the road, run them the whole way up and around these mountains, and then all the way down there. That's gonna be like a 3 to 5 day trip. Still looking for a good fit? Yeah. Alright, so it gets little by little. We're lengthening this. That way we don't have someone just pop in here and then, like, you know, use that for cover against me. We are going to go and build, like, bridges along here, and then a road up there, and then put cover there. Will it kill pack animals too? You never done high pollution. Yeah, it'll kill pack animals as well. Now, that said, having, like, Muffalo or something could mean you get there fast enough that it makes it so you can either run out there, grab what you need, and run back really fast. But, then I have to feed them with all of that being my entire grow space, and animals are usually not very efficient when it comes to food consumption. Please stop fighting each other. Okay. No. They still need medical. You don't go to bed until the medical's done. It feels like some of these got unset at some point, which is just kind of confusing. Just that Jade Temple. Every time I see that, I just like, yep, that's just that. Like at one, I wish I could see how valuable this room here was by itself. Because like, what these Jade things here, those are. It doesn't say. That's got to be a lot of money, is all I'm saying. Please haul those out of here. Extreme break risk on you because you were very much insulted. Gonna put those all on urgent haul. Which Gia tells you the room stats. Yeah, no, oh right, it does actually say the wealth. Yeah, so the wealth of that room is 4,800. Versus that's 500, whatever. And these other ones are all 200. That's it. Doesn't seem to be including the outer wall, unfortunately. Which doesn't tell you the value of that. It's fine. Base game-wise, I think most of the big animals are efficient as simple meals, though it's a bit weird. Yeah. Well, no, it's the amount of plants they have to consume versus the amount of calories you get out of them, kind of thing. That... if you're dealing with a very limited food situation here, it includes walls? Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Do not fire at will. Nicely done. All right. So yeah, you... only keeping them for 4 days. Most of these are ones I can't do because their location's offsite. Alright, chat, bear with me.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I was actually right about to say, I'm going to take a quick 2-second break to stretch my legs and also to grab myself a new drink so I'm all out. So that is a very well-timed hydrate because I need to go get that drink to hydrate. So I'm going to quickly put up my away screen and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again so much for tuning in and thank you so much for like all those raids and all that stuff. And thank you for the follow. And I'll be right back. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Could you not bang on that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Did I... Someone clipped that. I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. All right. And do you need a rescue? Why do you need a rescue? Oh, right. You got into a fight. That's right. Okay. Why are you going to bed? We just did this a second ago. Oh, Raj is taking care of it. That's fine. But yeah, no, it's we have a bunch of clips. For those, actually, I probably should have done my whole thing. So for those who are new to the channel, popping in here with those raids, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You actually saw the clip at the end of that run with the 135,120 zombies killed and 1 character in 1 life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on hard and apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a wide range of games, probably more wide than I, probably should have. But I play like RimWorld, Project Zomboid. I play lots of simulation games, city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, roguelite, slice of life / life sim style games. Really a whole big range there. So if that sounds good, don't forget to drop your follows so that we can find our way back here in the future. We are trying to get all this pollution out of here before it rots, because if those bags pop, they just drop the pollution right back at their feet. Kind of defeats the point. That's all you love all that stuff? Well, excellent. Let's see. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, they have close to 1-to-1 nutrition ratio, so they never make more than they eat in crops. But simple meals give you a bonus nutrition, so feeding, say, a growing cow with a simple meal gives you a surplus nutrition. Oh, that's weird. Huh. I've never had that, like, as a thing. So we can keep some goats, and you're willing to give us a thing that makes something better at melee or goodwill. I'd like the goodwill so we can hopefully get some trade caravans. So it's 2 goats. I should have plenty of food for 2 goats. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Variety, what's your thoughts on Stranded Alien Dawn versus RimWorld? I would say, because I haven't played the latest update of Stranded Alien Dawn, but I have played in the past. I would say they are similar games when it comes to the colony building aspect, but I actually kind of like the way research, discovery, and all that works in Stranded Alien Dawn more. The whole where you have to, like, go up, find a plant, have a person spend time studying the plant. Like, that to me is a more interesting and compelling research. It also means you have to, put your characters out there. But the negative I would give Stranded Alien Dawn is, for me, the combat in that game is kind of like... there's just nowhere near as much variety. Now that said, I know they added DLC that adds like mechs and all, and I have not played that, so again, I don't have that. I would definitely say RimWorld has way more systems and more in-depth systems than Stranded Alien Dawn, which does lend to its replayability. They're both good games. They both kind of have very, very heavy similarities. But I would definitely say for playtime, RimWorld has a lot more to offer you. Whereas I do like a lot of the approach of Stranded Alien Dawn. But like between the two games, like RimWorld would be my preference between the two. I have thousands of hours in RimWorld. I do not have nearly that much in Stranded Alien Dawn. But again, haven't played the latest update DLC they have. It only came out like a week ago or so too. At least that's I'm under the impression it was a very recent drop. I am deliberately leaving these. This is from when I was generating the pawns for the way we've been doing this whole thing. So it felt it'd be unfair to keep them, so we just ditched them. But you just picked up Stranded Alien Dawn? Having a blast, but RimWorld's still more fun. Yeah, and I'd kind of be in the same camp. Like, to me, Stranded Alien Dawn is an excellent game to play when I want a little bit of a break from RimWorld, but want to play a game that's like RimWorld. It feels like a good choice. Please deal with the fire. But if I had to choose between the two, I would go with RimWorld. Because either continue adding stuff and give it love, it could become more complex and fun over time, but I agree with you that it's not as rich in combat. It's a bit wonky. Yeah. No, like what it could be, there's, you know, sky's the limit. Darkness says, so many RimWorld mods totally change things up, and storytellers. It's like many games in one. Yep. You do like lightning rods and Stranded Alien Dawn? Hey, Mole. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sorry. If you let me know, I'll try and get that right. Bulk goods trader. Have steel. Buddy. 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 Pal, friend. Friendo, pal, buddy. Have steel. That's all I need from you. Steel. Aw, yeah. I mean, that's actually not that much steel, but aw, yeah, steel. Mole, okay. So I got that. We'll go ahead and get our little bits of fabric that are just trace amounts. I'll keep the cloth. It's a shame you won't take our medicine because we probably have a whole bunch. I also like it is giving me the option. Oh wait, did those goats? Those are from a. Yeah, those are from a quest. I like that it's allowing me to try and sell the mask. Oh, yep, didn't see that one. I'll actually sell the other one too. It's not a lot of money, but it's fine. All right. I'm not gonna get the components right now. I'll end up needing those later, but at the moment, the steel's the big thing. And with the steel, now what I need to do is figure out where I'm gonna put this research bench. For right now, I'm gonna chuck it. Well, I can't move it, right? The big research bench you can't move. Wherever you put it, it's committed. Okay. So what I think we'll do is we'll make a dedicated space for it. What's your range? Oh, can't go that far. One more to the right. Left. Yeah, so that's your range. And this will be a lab. Are you using Psycast Expanded, or have you used it before? I have not. Generally speaking, on this channel, for the most part, other than like basic quality of life mods kinds of things, usually if someone asks me, have I used a mod, the answer is most of the time no. My playstyle tends to be way more in the completionist area than the modding kind of area. That's usually only when I played a game and I've exhausted everything it has, and then I just, you know, I want more and there is no more. That's about the only time you see me go into any meaningful modding. And it has not been very often. Like, Terraria was the only game I very heavily modded.
What's the worst that could happen?
Because I played through the whole game like 5 or 6 times with different groups of people, probably more than that. And then, you know, got to like doing the Thorium mod, the Cataclysm mod, and all those kind of things. I haven't played that game in an age. Alright, so I'm hoping... You haven't gotten into Terraria mods yet? Plan on beating Calamity someday? Yeah, Calamity's excellent. Yeah, I beat Calamity when I think it was the Death mode was its hardest setting. I think they have a harder setting now than that I never got back to. Because honestly, as rough as Death was, like we have another one that's harder. I was like, nah, that's fine. Nah, I'm good. I've done my time. Death got grindy enough. Like really get everything, like get all your potion buffs and everything lined up so you could tackle the real trouble they had. Alright. Plate armor. Research flak armor. You like most vanilla expanded mods? At least the ones I've tested? Yeah, my whole thing is a lot of games will have like their vanilla expanded and they'll purport to say like how incredibly balanced they are. And most of the time I look at it's like, no, this is like half the stuff in this mod is objectively better. Or is the stuff that's designed to not be better, which you'd never use because, you know, there's that whole bit. And again, this isn't any judgment about anyone who plays those. You know, it's especially single-player games. You know, whatever is fun for you, do it. But for me personally, most of the time, I'm not super into them. I did the Stardew Valley expanded, you know, like base game expanded mod kind of thing. Stardew Valley vanilla expanded as well as the Ridgeside mods. But that was another one that I played that game until it had nothing left to offer me. And so I was like, all right, I'll do a mod. And no expanded collection and whole adds tons of objectively better stuff. Yep. And like, don't get me wrong, it's not to say it's bad, because a lot of the ones, like especially, like for example, Stardew Valley, there's some stuff that when you played the game like 1 or 2 playthroughs can be perfectly fine, but when you're on like your 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th playthrough, they're the things that feel really tedious. Like it's just, it was fine for the amount of game you were expected to play, but now you've played it so many times, it's tedious. And they'll usually find ways to like automate a lot of that out. Like Terraria before Journey's End, that was like potion making. So you'd have to set up like your automated potion farm just to make it not obnoxious to deal with potion making. And when you're doing like the really, really hard difficulty stuff, you know, all those buffs are important. So like setting up the thing where you'd have a little box that would like toggle the tiles away and that so it'd all fall down to a conveyor belt and drag it over. Like I remember having to do that and like doing the enemy farm to try and get that one rare item that has like a terrible drop rate. So you set up like this whole room with this thing that looks like a volcano that, you know, would funnel all the enemies in above you where they'd die and then their loot would drop and you'd be close enough that pulls the loot through the ground. And then making some way to protect yourself against like the handful of enemies that could pass through walls. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun when I did that earlier on. Raj and Suki. Of course. Raj courted Suki by exaggerating his own forehead. Suki was attracted, and now Raj loved her. Alright, I mean... For RimWorld, that's definitely not the worst I've heard. Okay. So power... We can get that. We will need a solar panel to run this. And we will need a battery. And try and get as little wire as possible. Yeah. Aw, yeah. This came up, and I thought it was the, like, new lovers, and it said Roger. He was like, wait a second. Because I've had those colonies where... Yeah, and you know what? I don't need to mess with that. That's fine. You can just get out of here. With the shimmer, I think you can now even have a dungeon under the ground desert at the same spot, but well, dungeon enemies are such jerks. Yep. Okay, and that would be our colonist back, Nina. Yeah, I haven't met, like, where they add the shimmer and all that, I haven't messed much with that. Like, I basically did, like, all the achievements in the game, and I think I got all the new ones or whatever. But I never got back to it. Oh, you could also use... Because I want to say the lights are just steel. Yeah, it should be close enough. And then we'll make this into the hospital. But yeah, no, yeah, oh, the shimmer's like, just like a convenience thing for builders. Hard to get items, and hard to get items lately. Though it adds a few new crazy buffs too. Yeah, and I remember something like that. Because I hadn't played in like a long time, and we played a little while on the channel, Terraria. But I had done the challenge map that was a combination of all the art challenge maps. So like the one that's like no traps, not the bees, all that kind of stuff. And the map was like upside down where you start in hell and you work your way up, and like the surface is the dangerous place kind of thing. And I remember we got decently far in it. I don't think we went to hard mode. But I know we killed a bunch of the bosses. Like, I know we killed the skeleton, because I remember going to the dungeon. Crispy honey blocks, yeah, where they spill out lava. I think we had killed almost all of the not hard mode bosses. And I was working on setting up to kill the wall of flesh. When it started to get to the point that people didn't seem to be as interested anymore, so you know, at that point. Like, it's a classic. If you're playing games and then people stop tuning into those games, it's time to put away those games if you're doing this full time. Gotta pay your bills. Plus, some of the grind is getting a little bit tedious. Like, I love the game, but I played it so many times. That, like, you get all excited about playing, and then very quickly you lose patience. All the lava everywhere. So the lava didn't bother me. It killed me plenty of times. But, I used to always do, like, the collection of Hellstone, where you go, like, you dig straight down kind of through it, and you do, like, the zigzag back and up, you know, up and down, like, so, like, pick away the blocks to, like, make the pool of lava below you. To, like, full clear the area back in the day. So it just felt like doing that, which was fine. Because I could do it without all of the ridiculous, you know, imps appearing all around me, constantly shooting fireballs at me, because that's what happens if you do that style for hell. Like, it'd always be like an imp choose, like, the one spot that you hadn't accommodated for. Alright, let's also go here, because I need to have bridges like that. Suki is pregnant. Oh, I forgot to go in here and intervene. Okay. Biosocial. Avoid kids. So, like, normally I actually want them to have kids. I like to grow my colonies with the kids as much as possible. In this particular colony, because food is such a difficult thing, like, I'm so limited in how much food I can do stuff with, I really don't want them having kids. I want to be very slow and controlled population increase. True festival opportunity. I think that's the Sky Lantern one. This is probably a good run for bolt action rifles. Reduce the amount of damage we do to the walls kind of thing. Because bolt action rifles are a pretty decent weapon choice in this game. Up until, like, mid to late game, and then you know you want to get the better stuff. But to try and mitigate how much damage I'm doing to these walls, bolt action should help us actually land more hits on our targets. I don't want to go all the way to sniper rifle, because it just takes too long to fire between shots on those. Like, it's good to have a sniper rifle in your group, just for like deliberately aggroing stuff that you don't want to get closer to. So like a mech cluster, for example, if they're underneath all their turrets, you can sit there and just pick at the individuals to get them to aggro away from their turret, so you can basically fight as one wave as all the individual units, the second wave as, you know, going after the turrets or whatever. Or also just with like the raiding group, you can be far enough away, you can just like pick off one or two, and when they get angry, you just, you know, get away. Okay, so we got busted transport. We'll take the Goodwill. Oh, well, I guess we get to use our kill box for this fight. Yeah, bolt-action rifle's actually stronger than the sniper rifle at its range. Mostly, though, it's when they first started RimWorld. Yeah. Like, the only big advantage of the sniper rifle is just its range. Because there's a couple of situations that little bit of extra range does make a huge difference. Who the heck are you? Alright, so attack should be coming any time now. Honestly, I think the other shuttle will have arrived and left before they get in range. I know, you're standing in pollution, we'll get to it. Yeah, but bolt action's one of those weapons that's like all around pretty good. The only time you really don't want it is if your base design is like really enclosed. Because I actually found it to be pretty not bad if you have like, pretend this is not down here, but you have a situation where like zigzags, and then you just have like a kill box that's like right there up close. Stuff like the little hand submachine gun kind of thing, of the auto pistols, end up being extremely effective because they just don't have any aim time to them, so you can just immediately like just pop off shots right at the beginning. Rescue shuttle has arrived. And yay for more materials. Alright, so let's check our pollution clean zone. We are slowly cleaning up the pollution. Oh, you are still drafted and you shouldn't be. Alright. Death by narrow quarter? Yep. Yeah, no, the really long kill boxes are not a bad one. Like, this one's going to be a problem just because I can't build stone, so as you can see, I'm punching through my own walls really fast. That is going to be a problem later on in the run. I'm going to either have to, like, layer up these walls, or I'm going to have to try, like, hopefully we get a moisture pump. I can, like, put a moisture pump back here so I could, like, slowly build up this land. Like, honestly, it might not be a bad idea. Like, put the moisture pump, like, right here on the edge. Let it clear out a couple tiles out, move it in, and just, like, slowly work it across to build a wall behind, like, build up area behind it. Like, but the kill box needs to be first. But that's probably not... Well, I mean, it actually might not be that far, because if I get this built, the next thing I want to produce after this is I want to go for the deep drilling. The deep core drilling. Because once I get that, then I can start producing stone. And if I get lucky, I can grab some steel. But once I get the deep core drilling and all that kind of stuff sorted, we can move on to potentially getting the moisture pump. And like I said, I'll probably just plunk it down over here and just let it churn away at this. And then just keep scooching it over here until I get all of this to be growable. Like, all of these lighter water areas, once I get those pulled up with moisture pump, become growable soil. And at that point, it'll be a lot easier for me to scale up how many people I have in the colony. What do we want to put here? I'm almost... Let's switch that over to corn. We're gonna get rid of the trees now. We've got 3 wood dryad trees, so that should be able to cover our wood needs. And this will help scale up the amount of food we have, because we're kind of barely skating with that. People live in wood houses, but at least they've got a jade temple. Oh yeah, absolutely. Jade temple, everything jade. We had a jade meteorite land on the map, so we, you know, took full advantage of that. On schedule, unrestrict people. Yeah, because at this point, these wood dryads having this many, that's going to be what? 32, 64, 128 wood every 2 days. This will be another 64 every 2 days. So it'll end up being pretty good. I honestly wouldn't mind a goat. Yes. I think it's 10 per tile. Yeah, so it's 10 per tile for the jade walls, which is pretty good. Yeah, so we've got all that queued up with the wood. It's just waiting for someone who could do the construction, so that's Suki having the availability. There we go. We're bumping up the priority on the building on Suki to let Suki basically make construction happen. And then this will be there. We'll also put you at 3 as well, Raj. And the research bench is done. So with that, this research bench is coming apart. Alright, so Suki, we're going to have to restrict where you can go. They did patch the broken walls, which is important. Alright. So, how many beds do we have? We have 8 beds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 2 couples, so that means we should have 1 spare bed, which we do. We'll probably want more than that. So I'll add 1 extra bedroom down here. Pretty soon we should actually get real furniture in here. We've been holding off on that forever because we just didn't have the supplies. So we can get rid of that. So Theo should bounce to the next room. So go ahead and get rid of that. Go here and say furniture. First bed being built. Deconstruct that. Let's go ahead and take apart that right now. What? Oh, right. The wall got torn down. I forgot about that. I was like, what? How are you walking away? That'll take 2 seconds to fix. All right. Cool. We fixed it. You're still alive and thriving? Yeah, we definitely didn't suffer horrific losses earlier. Did I miss wreck stuff here? Here. Oh, days. Okay. Man, we're still going. So that'll be our first bedroom that's actually going to be nice. Well, nice-ish. It still doesn't have flooring on it. I don't think we need more than the 3 dryad trees. Because the dryad trees are kind of high maintenance within themselves. And that should be the supply of wood we need. So that'll all be good. Does the meaning of death exist, and do you think it's related to life thing? No. I mean, death can have meaning, but I think it's the same thing that everyone's death has different meaning. There isn't some universal statement that goes to everyone. Alright, so I'm going to try and save the steel. I mean, some people need rest to live sometimes. That should be that way. I mean, but that's not a usual thing that happens. I mean, outside of, like, the person who is actively trying to hurt other people kind of thing and, you know, keeping them from doing so. But, yeah. There we go. We got all the dryads up, so the wood should just be rolling in now. Cool. Let's actually go here and go orders, or sorry, structure, bridge. We're gonna go here. And are building the bridge so I can put up defenses, whatnot. It is RimWorld, not life. No, but the person was asking, like, you know, asking, like, the meaning of life and all that, which is, like, I don't think there's a meaning of life. I think life means different things for different people. And so then, like, later on they brought, like, the meaning of death that is related to the meaning of life. It's like, well, not really. I also don't see it as, like, everything in the world needs to have meaning, needs to have purpose, needs to justify its existence or anything like that. Just not how I think. I don't have stones, so you're on your own. Alright. Yeah, so I'm trying to get this built up so we can actually put some cover for when things, you know, stop and shoot back in here, because I'm not going to be able to do the thing where I put, like, all the walls so stuff can't move. Hey, Vortis, how's it going? So instead we're just going to, like, build some crappy defenses here for me to cover behind. That's the plan, is those are supposed to be columns that we use. That's what I keep going back on. If I want to go ahead and make this all open, you know what? Let's not have those. The rest can all stay. Let's put, like, a lot of people back here into that. Let's see, getting to the holistic point of view. Alright, sorry. My good mate. When you get to the holistic point of view, once you arrive at an island, it might as well ask yourself, if nothing has meaning, then is everything meaningless? And then going down that path can lead you to existential enlightenment and the meanings you created by you. I mean, there's a lot of, like, I do agree that, like, the meaning is kind of created by you for yourself and all that. What in the world are those orange things? Oh, these are the dryad trees. It's a thing that came with ideology. You basically have your people maintain the trees like it's a bonsai tree kind of thing. And you can then choose a type of dryad that tree will spawn. And each one can handle, like, 2. So these dryads basically give me wood, like cutting down trees, except I don't have to cut down trees. But it's only when you take, like, the little dryad tree things you put them down. They randomly spawn on your map if you have soil that can accommodate them. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say, like, nihilism to me is, like, the path of enlightenment kind of thing. I guess in German it's hard to translate to the original English. Gotcha. Like, I don't see like nihilism as necessarily a path to enlightenment. That said, like, I do agree, like, life is what you make it. The classic, like, your perspective on the world will heavily influence how you see the world. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, if you look at the world and all you, like, you kind of look around and expect bad, you're going to find bad. If you look at the world and you want to find hope, you're going to find hope. It's not that you look for hope and you just never see anything wrong or anything like that. I don't want to exaggerate either. But, like, you're going to more confirm what you expect than counter, if that makes any sense. Yeah, the meaning of life and the death are philosophical questions and existential questions. And a RimWorld stream is probably not the place to seek answers. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Yeah, well, you're not going to get answers to those kind of things anyways. It is philosophy. I really need you to not be out here anymore, Suki. I'm gonna have to change the way that zone is set up. Till the pollution's gone, I need Suki not standing out there slowly getting built up. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. They're just questions I don't ask myself. Alright, so you're running around idle because there's none of the plants that are quite ready to harvest. Actually, why are you idle? Those are fully grown. You'll get there, it's fine. Okay, and the goats stay here for basically 5 more days, and then we'll get those out of here. As they done, I just want to share your experience of visiting psychological analytics and going through the Odyssey of sub-depression. But I'm understanding if this is not the right place as well. Yeah. I mean, everyone has different ways they're going to look at the world. I am not researching anything because I'm so used to my other stuff. Deep drilling. It'll almost be time for drill, baby, drill. To get metal or anything. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And considering in the canon for this colony we're saying all of this is from an oil spill, you know. Definitely the solution to an environmental problem is to make it worse. That said, in RimWorld, drilling doesn't do that. It just pulls up rocks, metal, and then occasionally really big scary bug things. You know, the usual. I think I'm gonna plunk it down like right here in the middle-ish somewhere. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna put it over here, and the reason I'm gonna put it over here is so I don't have to run any more wire than I need, like possibly need to, just for saving materials. Like, maybe put it down here so if they pop up, they'll engage the dryads right away while I, you know, get whoever's on the drill away from it and get, you know, everyone else rallied to fight. It takes so long for that to drop off. Meanwhile... That'll do. Because they'll pop one way or another with the like the heavy cover, but it doesn't work well on diagonals in my experience. The Rumo is already a post-apocalyptic toxic waste packs flying around, gigabug infested. Mechoid clusters everywhere. Oh yeah, no, RimWorld's an awful place. Alice is suffering with boredom. How dare you? Also, that's totally fair, because I completely forgot I should probably make some kind of entertainment for you. Okay. Alright, we're still in summer. Our food is definitely not as good shape as I want it to be, but we are getting our next harvest up here. Which is a big concern, but it is what it is. I can't exactly do a whole lot to change it. Hey, look, we got a baby goat. That's ours because the goats had a baby. What they do. It would be interesting how much more time those goats go. Technically they have that extra baby goat, so if we did get both a male and a female goat, we could just have goats. I would definitely keep the population down to like 2 tops or something like that. So we just don't have the vegetable, like the vegetation to keep them fed. But having that little trace of, like that little trace of, protein coming out to help. We could also definitely make Saiti as well. Like just hack off a little spot for some Saiti. We technically can grow the Saiti down here. I just don't want people farming the edge of the map where they'll get raided on and insta-killed and give me no chance to defend them. Yeah, pretty soon the pollution here is going to spill over to where I can't keep dumping it there. Okay, we'll give the other room back. You can delete that. And that'll be the next bedroom up. Finally getting the most basic creature comforts. Oh, I could probably move this in there as well. I still have 26 more jade. You require 35. All right, I was gonna try and make a jade like little game thing to keep the jade thing going. Like I definitely didn't have enough jade for these, and I need the recreation, so I was like, all right, that's fine. And for the record, the pool table and the hoopstone provide the same type of entertainment, so they don't actually help each other. But I'll get rid of the hoopstone ring once we get the pool table in here. All right. And just keep on bringing the wood. The only reason we're not building more, Suki got way too much toxic buildup, so I'm letting that bleed off before I let her run around down in there again. That's it. We're also cleaning up all this pollution, which is good. The downside is we're just dumping it over here, which is just going to spill it back out. Yeah, this is almost to the point that this spot will be non-viable. I'll probably have to drag it up there next. But I'm running into there's not much space left that isn't inside the pollution zone. And I am doing the thing where I can't just baggy it up and walk it off the map. So it'll depend on getting like an exotic trade person who has a Pollux tree or something like that. And then if that happens, figuring out where the heck I can plant it. Which will probably be like cut off a small section of this somewhere in the middle or whatever to put that just in the middle. But the real danger there is it's very flammable. So I kind of don't want to do that, but it has to go into dirt. I mean, otherwise we get the moisture pump. We just put it over to the side somewhere, which is probably the correct answer for us. Just maybe over here. Maybe way out there. Okay. The big thing I need is another caravan for more steel. Good thing we'll get deep drilling. We'll go from deep drilling to moisture pump, and then we'll just start filling in gaps. Like it won't, like the other stuff won't matter because I won't have the materials for a while. But the deep drilling is a priority, and then the moisture pump will also be good. Okay. I am debating if the moisture pump may be the more important one to get early, though. Just so we can start, like, moisture pumping this, because the moisture pump is so obnoxiously slow. We'll see. I have a little bit to decide. I have to wait till we get more steel on the map. I got components just sitting here waiting to be extracted. I'm just waiting for now, so they can't be... thing. Raiders hate these pumps? Yup. Alright, how are you doing? Still getting rid of that toxic buildup. Alright. Oh, deconstruct that as well. Okay, so it looks like we're ready for our next bedroom. And just like that, we're slowly working our way around, making all the bedrooms nice. I need to get some beds in here, because this will be our hospital. So put like 4 or 5 beds, tell them to put the medicine on shelves in the middle, or honestly right now, just stock them in the middle on the floor. So that way we don't have to run around with the medicine. You are in labor. And I like how they're all just standing there waiting. It's like, no, walk yourself. Alright. We've been trying to not have more kids in the colony, and it's not been working out for us. They're happening anyways. Well, that's not what I wanted. But it says that's laboratory. No, it says this is a barracks. That's a laboratory. Well, that is real unfortunate, is all I'm gonna say. Don't sleep on your wife's corpse, please. It's really, really uncomfortable, friend. Why will no one bury you? I marked one of those caskets. Alright, let's try hauling the body out there first. Oh, storage. Corpses, human-like. No colonists. There we go. And we lose another one. Okay, so get that out of there so it doesn't just rot out here. You go get yourself a gun. Why is everyone looking at the fire but not putting it out? Is someone's cooking inside there? Alright, well, great. So your mood's probably not good? Yeah, your mood's not going to be good for 2 whole seasons. You're going to be pretty unhappy about that one. Alright, so let's go ahead and take you back off restriction. Yeah, so we're getting all this built. We get all that figured out. The shuttle has a ride for the goats. So we'll do auto load. They should take care of it. Okay. Okay, so we do have a pair of goats. Yeah, taking care of all that. And go. Cool. So we're almost allied with the Empire. So that's definitely some progress. We did end up with 2 goats at the end of that. They're both male goats, but that's fine. No, that's not. They're male goats. They don't make milk. Get out of here. That's already all queued up, isn't it? Yeah, we're just waiting for it to be built. Okay. Yeah, slowly they're chipping away, making more and more of that clear. We'll see. So they finished that one. Let's go ahead and make our hospital here before I forget again. Deep drilling, moisture pump, okay. For the moment, we're just gonna go here and expand this stockpile. And say clear, critical, and medicine. All right. So what does the deep drill require? 100 steel. We could also get an orbital trade beacon and a comms console, which would also be good. I think we'll plan to put that up there. And that'll give us more opportunity to get steel. So it's 120, but I have to have both. Having one or the other is not helpful. And since this is our storage way up here, I need to run power all the way up here. Would either build like a solar panel up here with a separate battery up there, which I might even do. Or whatever I gotta do. Okay, we're making pretty good progress in all that. We've got all our medicine moving over. We've got a medical bed. It's taking them time to get everything built, which is not super surprising. Suki's doing their best, but it takes time. Alright. We'll definitely want to go in there and put the better flooring in there. But I will need enough silver and steel, and right now steel is just too valuable. Yeah, so you need cloth and wood, and got some wood. Still working on the cloth. How are we doing on clothing? Still got gaps. Boo, even the styling bench requires steel? Come on. Alright, when Antonio gets up, Alice is going to try and console him. See if we can't help make the loss of Leah not hit him as hard. Cool, so that's negative 20 mood off of him. Yeah, so it takes that 20 penalty, and it's exactly countered. I don't think you can console the same person multiple times. Like, I know there's a really long delay between it. I just don't know how long. I'm hoping I can get her to finish that up before she has to go back to heal up. Yeah, it's just getting too high, so I'll restrict you again. Little by little, it's coming together, though. What we can do in the meantime, though, is get the walls in place all the way down to here. Get that queued up. Now this is getting bored again because we don't have the cloth to build things. Alright, so attacks immediately from down here. We do, unfortunately, have a lot of people up here. So we're going to go ahead and grab all of them and try and put them like that. Okay, most of them seem to be running through the kill box. Alright, you should be fine. You got enough of a lead that they might chase you, but you'll go through the door. Just get away. Alright. They've had that to be mined the whole time, but I don't have anyone who has a priority in mining, really, because there's no things to really mine, really. It's interesting that it still seems to be giving us really small raids. Like, we were getting bigger ones at the beginning of stream, and now we suffered pretty bad losses, and then just, like, all the raids kind of wind down. And so even though we mostly recouped our numbers, it's still keeping them fairly low. I do have an extra room. Go for it. Okay. Not saying a bunch of food, but it'd be good to get more, like, to continue getting more of the people in here. Food binge, because it's dark. What's this game about? So, RimWorld is a colony building game that's really annoying. I'm probably gonna arrest you. But the idea behind the game is you crash landed on this really, really horrible backwater planet that no one wants to be at. And so what happens is you're just trying to get back off the planet, but to do so you have to like survive long enough to research the technology to build the things to escape and all that kind of stuff. But the things that is going on is there's lots and lots of systems. Like you probably noticed Alice there was one of my pawns, but she's really unhappy because one of our other colonists died and they were friends. And so she basically had a breakdown where she decided she needed to kill all the animals or whatever. There's no one underneath it. And so we intercepted her, and while we didn't save all the animals, we saved most of them and did that. You also get a lot of injuries that are fairly sticky. So you get your leg cut up, that kind of thing. And then, you know, you might have scars that don't quite heal right. And there's ways to fix it, but it's like a longer term thing. See, it's not a colony game. Technically, it's a story generator. It's a nice colony sim that's tilted towards failure for the lulz. Basically true. One of your prisoners died, and it made my pawn happy because it was his fault. Oh yeah, like you have colonists who are like bloodlust or whatever. But yeah, so the whole gist of it is like research technology, build things up. The game has like an active storyteller in the back end that will, you know, throw events at you to cause things to be more difficult for you and everything. And so there's lots of like, you know, juggling things. Okay, so you just had days. That's much better than you trying to kill everyone. But there's just a lot of things, like a lot of systems you get into it. But it's got a lot of depth to it. Yeah, psychopath. Yep. And there's just like lots of the things in the game. It's a place where things generally go wrong, and you just have to try and keep everything from going up in flames, sometimes literally. Yeah, you've been thinking about getting the game. It just seems like a lot of learning. There's a lot to learn. My biggest recommendation, if you go to check out RimWorld, do not start with the DLC. Like, you can buy the DLC if you want, if it's like on sale or whatever. Do not mess with the DLC first. The DLC is additive to the game, where you take like all the systems the game has and you like put layers on top of it with the DLC. So like ideology, for example, for DLC, effectively takes most of the base rules of the game and like gives you twists on them. So you want to learn the base things of the game before you learn to the alternate version of the base things of the game. Biotech adds a bunch of other layers and all that kind of stuff. Royalty is the only one that I don't feel like actually changes that much. Like, it gives you a bunch of new items, there's psychic powers, and you can choose to do the DLC or not. So it's the least invasive of them. Yeah, no, and you can turn on and off the DLC at will. Like, you just... I'm not gonna show up, like, when you make a, when you go to, like, your mod options, the DLC shows up as a mod. It just has a special symbol to be like, hey, this is, like, a bait, like, you know, thing. You also have, Biotech has, the various, like, colonist type. Because I believe without Biotech, if we look at the world map here... Sorry, not the world map, that's not how we go. If we look at our factions, that you've got all these other different factions that have their own, like, alterations, like the Wasters, the Yatkin, the Neanderthals, and all that. I believe almost all of those are only available if you have the DLC. But yeah, no, it definitely requires you to roll with your punches. It is a game that occasionally can be unfair. That you'll just get, like, a series of events that just doesn't really have a good path to handle. Most of them you can. Like, most of them with enough preparation, you can handle everything. There's just sometimes you get, like, the wrong combination for your colony and just... There's not really a path to succeed. But that's just RNG being RNG. How big can you end up? So, what you see here is about the size your colony will normally be allowed to get, and you usually won't fill up the whole tile, but most of it. This is actually a bad example on this tile. Normally your tile will look more like that, where it's almost all ground with like little spots of water, but I'm doing a particularly tough tile. Like normally I have all that area to work with. And it'll be like the same size as this, but right, this I can't build on all this water. But you can technically build multiple colonies. Like there's an actual game setting here where you can go in and say, where is it? Maximum number of colonies. It'll let you have up to 5, so you can have 5 areas this big. The game doesn't like to run when you do that. It's off by default and all that. But generally, this is how big you want to make it. This isn't a planet domination game. The core mechanic of the game is you crash land on the planet, and you want to get back off the planet, and it's surviving long enough to get there. And most of the time, you won't. Yeah, royalty is a lot of snob fluff and more quests. Ideology is a sad ending. Like, don't try it so poorly done. I like the ideologies, I like Arco Nexus. And build your own religion to hinder yourself. Make yourself strong, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, it's like The Martian. It's just, instead of, like, you can't even grow stuff, it's like landing on a planet that's, like, really hostile, but inhabitable. Like, combat is one of the main things in the game, is, like, being able to survive that, and then dealing with all the survival stuff around it, like food, water, shelter. Well, I mean, not water, but food, shelter, and all that. Start with the scenario, short starter story, then cues for what you begin with. There. Pick the story to tell, decide the pace of the game. Yeah, and they have a bunch of starting stories. Like there's one, the original Crash Land is the default story. I believe you get 3 pawns, 3 characters, and the idea is you're shipwrecked and you're just trying to get back off. There's a tribal start where you get 5 pawns, but they're really bad at research, and they start with like very little food and malnutrition and that kind of thing. And you just have like spears and bows, and you have to like research your way up to like, you know, escape or whatever. You've got Rich Explorer, which you start with like all sorts of fancy stuff, but you're just one character, which has lots of difficulty that creates, you know, by having just one character. I haven't been converting that person. And we need to get you back to having your title. But you also have what's called Naked Brutality, which is considered the hardest start, which is you start with literally nothing, not even clothing. And you just have to make it work. And then with the DLC, they add one where you start as effectively a vampire with like one person with them. And another where they start as what's called the Mechanator, which is you can control robots and all that. And more scenarios, more factions, more everything. Yeah, no, and it's very, 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 very modded. Like, you can mod the game very heavily if you want. I generally mod fairly lightly. Please don't Sky Dream in the pollution. It's not the place to do that. Alright, so we're replacing the Dryad that died. How are you doing with your pollution buildup? Still pretty bad. Sorry about that. Meanwhile, who is our cook? Because why are you not making baby food? I've got baby food priority 2, and we've got a baby here with no food to eat. Come on. Let's see, it's built for it when the ability to save and load mod lists on each save, having mod order check with our level of safety. Yeah, you still have to be careful when you get like really, really into modding. While RimWorld does a pretty good job of helping you not get yourself in too much trouble, You can absolutely completely just mess your game up by getting a bit too ambitious with the mods. That said, like, as long as you're not like really going overboard with the mods most of the time, or you're finding stuff that's like out in the weeds that no one has ever downloaded and, you know, has no reviews, some of those ones can get kind of sketch because, you know, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. Alright, we can go ahead and add another bedroom. As the worst case scenario, you can unsubscribe from them in the workshop. They get pulled out of your game to at least skin. Yeah, you just have to be careful because some mods, if you load the mod, you do certain things, and then you unload the mod, you can brick that save. That'd be a cool looking game? Yeah. It's a classic like modding any other game. You know, adding mods and removing mods from an existing save can be, you know, you never know how it's going to turn out. Sometimes it'll handle it well, sometimes it won't. It kind of depends on how invasive the mod is. The more invasive the mod, the more likely it is to have undesired side effects. See, we're talking about mods? Yep. Nothing new there. But my whole point is more so that they're, like, you know, take your time with mods, because it'll also have situations that can be really hard to troubleshoot mods at times. That, like, your game will crash and be like, I don't really understand. Especially if you don't know how to read, like, event logs and those kind of things. Most mods are fine, though. Most mods you won't run into problems. Almost all the popular mods are no big deal. But you'll have people who run like 100, 200 something mods. The downside of mods, if you get like lots and lots of them, is they do tend to add to your load time. Which, no real surprise there. Let's see, you watch for a while and then had to get it. Always when you mod, save a backup copy and always be prepared to lose your save. Basically, if it adds something that you can see in the world, then taking it out hurts. If everything is invisible, magic for example, you can pull safety most of the time. All the UI stuff is easily add or remove. Yeah. Well, yeah, like the things that are just like UI nice things, like it'll show you more information, those you can usually add and remove out with will. It is definitely like the more invasive it gets so far as like, you know, mods that change the game mechanically how it works, or mods that adds like entirely additional systems and those kind of things. Those are the mods that when you pull them, things tend to just come entirely unraveled. But RimWorld is a game that you're expected to build a colony and fail, build a colony and fail, build a colony and fail. You know, eventually you have your success, your win. Even after you've had a win, you'll usually have some failures before your next win. You know, unless you like, you get your win and then you know, turn the settings like way down. And what settings you play on will definitely play heavily into how good, bad, or otherwise it'll go so far as your success to fail rates. And what starts you do. Like if you do, for example, the Naked Brutality start on a hard difficulty, expect to make a lot of deaths before you get a run under your feet. Because Naked Brutality starts can sometimes just be a roll of the dice is what decides everything. Let's see, you want to hear your first play how yours run over in coals again and again? Stuck it out. Fine, start at the end. I had to say my man black. Yeah. I've had some pretty rough ones. We had one with Randy Random that I think the run lasted something like 5 or 6 years in the stream. And like the whole thing is you have your storytellers, and the gimmick behind Randy Random is where a lot of the other storytellers have a lot of logic going for them. Randy Random, while he still does have rules he follows and adjustments he makes, he does just kind of throw stuff at you pretty randomly. Yet, even with that, I had out of 5 years in a tile with this like only like a 1-season grow year, that I had 5 out of 5 of my grow seasons got cold snapped, where I didn't get a grow season. Like I had one I kind of sort of got like half a harvest out. But like all the others, I didn't get a chance to, like from day one planting to get the plants out before we got cold snapped and then not have a chance to grow the plants in the second half. And it's like, Randy, what? Why, man? Why are you doing this? But the story tells you start out with are Cassandra, Randy, and Phoebe. Cassandra is like the most predictable, hits you at a very steady cadence, is hard, but like you have a pretty good feeling about when you're gonna get hit next and next and next kind of thing. Phoebe is the same idea, but there's more time in between them, and then she has a tendency to hit you a bit harder between them. So more recovery time, but more difficult. At least that's supposed to be on paper. And then Randy does what Randy does. Like, Randy sometimes hits snooze on his alarm and just leaves you alone, and then other times Randy says, no, I'm done with you, and just won't back off. Paid heat wave. They have 4.8 days. So what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to be a little bit cheeky about this. And I'm going to sit on that until we're in the fall, and then I'm going to trigger the heat wave. Your numbers might be a smidge off, but that interval. And oh yeah, Randy can go on vacation for like 2 or 3 games. Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons for me personally that on stream I don't run Randy anymore very often. Because I was having streams that it'd be like literally 2, 3, 4 years that Randy would just kind of go comatose, and you're just like, Randy, look, man, I can carry a conversation and all, but I need you to show up, man. Like, we're watching the colony slowly build in utter peace with, you know, like the occasional like minor disease or whatever, and just you're just straight up leaving me alone. Or like you'll send like the one raid in a full year of like 2 people, you just knock it down. Like, man, I'm on fairly difficult. Like right now, this colony's not on that difficult of settings because they're doing some gimmicky stuff. But I have a bunch of them that'll be like doing, you know, losing his fun, strive to survive, that kind of nonsense. It's like, Randy, buddy, please. And then Randy's like, but oh, you thought you were gonna select the theme of this run? Nope, new theme. Hurry up and wait. Yeah, and then other times, like, Randy will genuinely be like, here's malaria. Oh, by the way, here, while you already have malaria, is flu. By the way, while you had the malaria and the flu, here's gutworms. Thanks, man. You'd be like, Randy, I'm on a forest tile. It's like, not even that much of a disease risk here. Back off. You're just straight up killing me. Randy is a whole mess of unfair at times. Okay, you good to... Alright, you're good to be off restriction. And the pollution mechanic is a, biotech mechanic. So, without the DLC, you don't have to deal with this, like, assigning and unassigning people for biotech. Day 1 naked brutality within 24 hours, malaria, muscle parasites, eaten by cougar. I've definitely had more than once that I will start a naked brutality run, and then like right at the beginning, like, you know, a day or 2 in, it's like flu or malaria or something like that. You just kind of blink and go, and you want me to do what about this now? Here, let me take my handful of heal root I can pull up on the map real fast, and take my no food because I just started a naked brutality run. You know, try and manage to get by on like a fistful of berries and some like bunched up garlic and try and treat malaria. That's to me what herbal medicine is in this game. It's like, you know, some tea leaves, some bunched up garlic, and like some ginger or something in like a little baggie or whatever. And be like, it's medicine. To which you're kind of like, is it though? Alright, baby time. Do me a favor, Suki, and don't die. That's all I'm asking is please don't die. Try to get and keep a little small supply of Glitter World. Oh yeah, no, I usually try and keep some Glitter World around. Why did you stop? What is even happening right now? So, she's having the baby, but I can't like do the thing where it cancels and it starts. And it's still going forward, but I don't have the doctor there treating, so I don't really know what happens here. Hopefully healthy baby. Okay, I mean, it worked. Cool. Please put the baby somewhere else. You get the hang of it, but yeah, fighting isn't your boat. Set the game to peaceful, no raids. And just make an empire however you want to do it. Yeah, no, you could do that. You could do, like, peaceful. You can also do, I think it's called Builder, where it has raids, but, like, there's different severity for raids. Like, they're scaled to, like, 1 to 3 or whatever. Oh, good. So, the two people who like, lost their partners have found solace with each other. Excellent. Yeah, you can tweak almost anything in the game. But yeah, so there's like a builder mode, I think is what it's called, that it still has raids, but like, instead of the raids that do like siege attacks where they smash through your walls and do all that kind of stuff, it's just like straight up fight raids. Nothing fancy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Probably gonna do easy mode run where you build all the stuff that makes almost no sense. To build in a normal run eventually. Yeah, no, it can be fun. It can actually be a lot of fun to choose that. Like, one of the other things you can do is there's a scenario editor for when you go to start the run. You can be like, here's the stuff. You can make a run that isn't dangerous so much as it's just difficult through other means. So there's one of the scenarios is a planet destroyer weapon that basically the idea is you crash landed on the RimWorld. It goes, okay, you have X number of years before the planet you're currently on is destroyed. And you have to manage to build the ship and get off the planet in time. So you can do stuff like that where it's more, you've just given yourself kind of a time trial kind of run. You can also go and just say there's this thing called toxic fallout, which is a really awful thing to deal with. It just makes outside slowly kill you, kills all your plants and animals outside. You can go, yeah, for this run, that's permanent. That from the moment I start, the entire time, the whole thing is toxic fallout. Just existence is toxic fallout. And that can be another challenge run because it's kind of hard to stay alive. If there's Rim Connect, nah, I'm not using any type of Rim Connect or anything like that. I genuinely find Rim Connect and the other the Twitch integration, I'll do it once in a long while as just something like to do as a one-off reward or whatever. But generally speaking, I find it just way too frenetic to enjoy on a regular basis. You always remove insect. You can't stand those? Gotcha. I've actually only lost like one colony, I think, to infestation. It was one of those things that I had other problems going on. It's like, I'll just get to this later. Don't do that. Very, very don't do that. When you have an infestation, you deal with it. I think you're gonna go then. Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. what would you like to see out of the 4th DLC? Take caravanning as a mechanic, rework it. Like, entirely rework it. Like, new entire system for working on it. Because caravanning right now, to me, is the single not great place in the game out of anything. Oh, so you want to get back? So leave the bugs on, but give myself a way to block them in areas. Yeah, I usually just make bottleneck kind of areas for them, and it usually goes pretty well. The world map could use so much work. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, the world map in general isn't that bad. One of the big problems is, like, 90% of the world map is usually irrelevant for your runs. The only time it seems to really matter is when you're doing the ship to the stars. But because of how painful caravanning is, ship to the stars as well as runs you almost never see people stream. It's not literally never, but it's very rare you see them stream it. Because it is frustrating mechanic to deal with it. The problem is you had once a colony was they spawned so many in my map, you had to abandon the whole game. Oh, so the if you don't understand the thing going on with the infestation of the game, the catch of the infestation is one of those mechanics that when it triggers, you need to address it. Because the longer you leave it, it will continue to grow. Not the ones that start in the map, but the ones that trigger as an event. They'll continue to make more nests, which means more bugs, which means more nests, which means more bugs, which means more nests, which means more bugs. Until no matter how strong your colony is, it just overwhelms you. So the idea is they usually give you like 4, 5, 6, 7 days from when they first show up before any replication happens. And the idea is when you get infestation, it's like, no, drop what I'm doing, go deal with it. You're being harassed by... I mean, sure, I'll take a bunch of goodwill for killing 4 monkeys. Okay. They do know I have, like, what? Like, 7 people with guns? Oh, it's probably because Leah just died not too long ago. That, is why that's going on. Why are people having problems being ravenously hungry when I've got tons of food? Fire's nice and bugs and grenades. Yeah, I usually just choke point and lots of bullets. Let's see. I address it by keeping the base 20 degrees below Celsius and not having infestations. That's one strategy. Oh, this might even work even better. I might even have to defend myself against this. Yeah, no, the bugs won't spawn if it's cold enough, and you make it even colder, the bugs will actually go, they won't die of hypothermia, they'll just basically stop moving. They'll go into, like, hibernation. That said, getting it cold enough to do that is annoying unless you can deliberately get the bugs to target an area. Where are you going? Did you walk all the way around and through my base just to get down here? That's fine. Ah, I love self-solving problems. And this is self-solving problems because those monkeys are coming to attack people, and I have someone who's not me here. Excellent. I have been rewarded for defeating those monkeys. I stayed safely inside my base the entire time and completely ignored the monkeys, but will pretend that I participated. And this is just... gene pack, I guess we just chuck in here. Alright. You disabled them for so long, you never really had to think about how to stop them? Oh, I was going to hunt the mad iguana, but you know what? That's perfect. I still have other people on this tile. That iguana can go deal with themselves. I mean, it's just an iguana. I'm not too worried about it. I can pop through the door and finish it off in seconds. Honestly, with where it's at, I don't even need to do that. We can just run over here. Okay, Suki has the baby. Alright, don't worry about Suki. You can just stay out of here. Just go over there and deal with it. Of course, that'd be the moment that's like, wait, never mind. Because I can shoot at it, and it can't reach me. Because the water's too deep between us. Alright, so 16 Glitter World on its way for a heat wave. Sure, Alice can have a title, it's fine. But I waited till the fall, so the temperature would be a little bit lower to start with for the heat wave. Please put the glitter world away. So we'll see if it gets hot enough that I have to passive cooler. Alright, I see what's happening here. That's going to get super annoying if I don't deal with it. So we do have the wood. We're just going to go like this. Passive cooler, passive cooler. Like, that's wholly unnecessary, but yeah. Get it out of the water. That's the reason I put it as urgent haul, which is the allow tool. Why are you not building? I don't want the world map. Heatstroke and Antonio, because it's hot enough outside. Yeah, it's okay. Look at those passive coolers built, and then we should be good. I don't think I have anything else queued up to build right now. I've been letting the wood supply build up just so I can go in here and just put down ridiculous floor. Let's see. Oh, if you mod with that setup, there's a central heating cooling mod that's perfect for you. Yeah, no, I usually don't do any mods like that or much. Oh, you're all walking all the way into that other room just to feed the kids. Because, like, if you don't have anywhere they can sit, they'll just feed them wherever. But once you have any place to sit, they'll, like, walk half across the map just to get to their seat if they have to. Which is kind of annoying. Alright, so getting the passive coolers in place. So those are good for what, 2 days? 4 days? Okay, so basically we'll need to build them, and then let them run one cycle, and then we don't need to refill them. But I can leave them there, so in the future we have more heat waves, I can just tell them to add the wood back in. We have air conditioning technology. My issue is I have no steel, because that's just the difficulty in this map, is we have very little in the way of materials to work with. Okay, so don't refill them. I forgot that they were actually working that. But you went overboard and too far in some ways with modding on the game. You have almost 400,000 steel before I dropped it. Shelves over 6 to fix not enough space issue. Yeah. That's usually where, like, a lot of the balance stuff is. You'll have people's like, oh, you know, I do the thing that lets you organ harvest people who are already dead kind of thing. It's super balanced, like, no. The whole idea is it's supposed to be like really tricky to get a hold of organs, and that if your colony isn't a bunch of like psychopaths or whatever, that they all get really upset about it. Or if you have an ideology that's okay with it. Butcher Rotten. Yeah, there's like so much stuff. Yeah, no, so the thing is I actually have a meteor of components up here, which will be a nice big pile of components. I'm deliberately not mining it, because if we have someone who has a break, they stack. If someone has a break and they get to that pile before I can stop them, that's 31 components that disappear almost instantly, which is like openly weep territories of annoying. So I won't mine them till I have enough steel to make it worthwhile. Okay, a couple other things we can do. They start building a bridge along the border here. So that way, like, if I have people up here, they can very quickly get to the kill box and all that. Wall them in? Yeah, no, you can, but then it's annoying they go, I want to build something, now I need to unwall them in. Okay, now I'm done building the thing, wall them in again. Oh, look, I found more, unwall them in. Like, it's just a whole thing of, I don't want to deal with that maintenance. I'll do that for, like, Resurrection Serum or whatever. If I get something, like, really nice like that, I'll wall it in. But for something like components, it's not... To me, it's not worth the time. Because especially it's like, oh, your power breaks and your freezer turns off now, and you're trying to wait till I get that fixed, but you gotta get your construction person over there, but they just got out of a fight, so they're downed, and now all your food is rotting. So you gotta, like, find a pine who's not good at construction, tell them to tear down the wall, and it takes a little bit. And it's a whole big thing. Yeah. But I also have to use materials for the wall, and we're using all our materials. I'm not that worried about it at the moment. The thing is, I just don't want to make more of a risk, where you lose all 50 in one go. Like, that's just where you get frustrated. But that's the reason I'm not mining it. Like, those are invincible for me. Like, if someone shoots at him, it'll knock the component out, potentially if they destroy it. Oh, I don't even keep anti-grain warheads at my base, hardly ever. But yeah, no, unstable power cells, persona cores, yep. Especially the power cells, where one tap can cause the whole thing to detonate and blow up a whole section of your base. Honestly, it's worth walling them in just to make it less likely a fire or a raider or someone can get at it. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just not worried about it. Like, our people are mostly being well managed. You have to understand one thing about me as a player. I'm very lazy. Like, if something gets very micro-y and it doesn't feel like a good kind of micro to me, that usually be a very fast turnoff for me on a game. That is one of the reasons why I use a bunch of mods to handle certain things, like make Blight less of a pain in the butt and that kind of thing. Is because to me that's not fun. Now microing, like repositioning my people and, you know, trying to get around cover and all those kind of things, I enjoy that kind of micro. That feels good. But like the microing when a person's like freezing outside and they're not walking back, you have to like manually grab them and be like, no, I need you to go back inside. Or even though he has people assigned to doctoring 1, rather than doctoring they go to bed. Like that to me is not fun. It's like, no, I set you to 1 doctoring. Like, let me have on my schedule, like here on this work thing, let me have rest as one of the things I could do. And just like put rest, like just rest, put it like, you know, like where bed rest here is, like have regular rest here and be able to say, no, rest happens after doctoring all this. All these are 1, that's 2. That way they, like, until they've collapsed from exhaustion or other big concerns like that, I want them doing the medical. Because the number of times I've had someone be like, go bandage that person, and you're dealing with the fight or whatever, and you turn around and you're like, why is this person bleeding out? realized the doctor was like, oh, but I'm sleepy. Let's see, I get that one when you demand a doctor. Everything else usually is 1 or 2. Only a doctor on 1, and you can do that without a mod. If you set your doctor to full work on their schedules, they don't sleep, etc., you can do that pitch. Yeah. I do find it annoying though. That's like, oh, we got in a fight. Let me just go through, adjust my schedule, you know, to make sure they actually doctor like that. That kind of micro, I get it. It's fine. I don't like it. That's the thing. Or like the thing you used to have to do. Like it's better now with blight, but it used to have to be the things like, oh, we got a blight. Let me do this new area, rename, cut it. Okay, go here, do this, cut it. There's the blight. Go a couple tiles over. Okay, let me go schedule, assign everyone to cut it. Okay, let me go to a work schedule, assign everyone cut what. Like, you get the idea. And you used to have to do all that garbage. Like, all of that garbage. But they changed it now, so you'd be like, cut all blight. And my one and only big stink about the cut all blight, the thing that I feel doesn't work the way it should, blight spreads. If I say cut all blight, it should continue to add all the new instances of blight to cut. Because a number of times it's like cut all blight, okay, they've got like their last 2 tiles, go over here, and then you turn over there and this whole area is blighted because 1 tile spawned at the last second while you weren't lurking. It's like, come on, man. That's not fun. You know what I was gonna do. You know what the plan, the intent was. Yeah, no, that's the way I've handled blight nowadays, is I set everyone to cut assignment 1, and I'll choose blight all. Like, cut all of the blight, and I will watch it until it is all gone. The thing is, when they're scheduled recreation or sleep, or a day, they'll do that instead of doctoring. Yep. Need to auto-cut and fight blight. Yeah. I personally still feel blight should be treated like fire. That when it happens, if you have anyone assigned to like 1 cut, they just cut it. Like you don't have to even like manually say cut the blight, like autos and stuff. You got a mod that just auto cuts blight, not you know, not that pawns prioritize cutting it much anyways, but that part of the micro skip, yeah. Because honestly, I'd even be willing to sit here and keep them assigned to priority 1 plant cut, even though it's less efficient for a lot of things, if it would just mean when blight shows up, they would just deal with it like fire. Or I would even be okay if where you have like the fire alert that sits over here, like, you know, when you have an active fire, I wish blight had one too, just in the base game, because it's that much of an issue. But yeah, there's lots of stuff that kind of micro is no fun to me. Like, I don't mind microing the doctors where, you know, you got 5 people who got injured. Like, no, I need you to go heal Dave. Dave is the one who's really hurt. Like, that's fine. I don't mind that kind of micro. It's just when you tell them all to go do the medical, and then you turn around and all your doctors when you're better, like, what? There's still people bleeding everywhere. Stop it. Go. Or you'll go to harvest the field and be like, okay, like, we need to harvest this now. You assign this, and you say cut, and they'll do the 1 plant, and then they'll leave. And like, oh my god, please, like, give me a cut entire field. Like, let me just do that. Just say harvest everything. Because otherwise you have to go like, do that one, 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 do that one. Oh, I actually didn't hold shift on that one. Do that one, do that one, do that one. It's those kind of things that when I had a couple hours, 100 hours in the game, didn't bother me at all. But after a couple thousand, I'm like, why does it still work this way? The amount they depend on mods to make the game fun gets a little bit annoying. There's a bunch of colony builders that have so much more quality of life features, probably because the developers played RimWorld at some point, got annoyed the crap. Oh yeah. Like, I don't fault RimWorld for having all those things that get to be like little nuisances at the beginning, but you know, the game's been out for like a decade. Some of those nuisances have still been a problem this whole time. It's like, you know, it's probably not that big a deal to fix so far as the commitment of time. Maybe make a priority of some of those. Honestly, if they just had the next DLC was just quality of life stuff, I know a lot of people would be real upset with that. I personally be like, oh good, I don't need 50 mods to get by. I don't have them, I am exaggerating. But I don't need like a pile of mods to, you know, make basic functionality part of the game. And for the record, with me saying all this stuff, I still say RimWorld's an amazing game and all that, and that you should absolutely play it if, you know, colony builder your thing. It's just, it's true of almost any game that when you first start playing it, you know, oh, that's a little quirky, but, you know, that's kind of cool. I like how like, that little quirky, that's kind of neat. You know, whatever. Oh, that's not necessarily, like, the most ideal, but, you know, it's not that big a deal. But, you know, as you play, the thing that's a little quirky gets to annoying, it gets to frustrating, it gets to infuriating, and then it's the reason you stopped playing. New recruit, Tha. So, for those who didn't catch, we are doing a bit of a weird thing here. Normally I do challenge runs. This one we're doing a run that is themed as being a crossover between Coral Island and RimWorld. Coral Island is a very different game. It's like Stardew Valley. But to accomplish this, what we're effectively doing is every time I get a new pawn, we go right up here into dev mode and say destroy. And then it has problems targeting it because that's just the way RimWorld is. And we turn off dev mode again. And I should have saved before that, but I'm going to do that now because dev mode and that is really easy to mess stuff up. And then I've got a mod where I can make pawns. And then I got it going on our screen here, as soon as I can find it, is we make one of the characters from Coral Island to have in a colony. So this time it chose Lindy. Who the heck is Lindy? Lindy, where are you? Oh, Lindy is an iguana. Okay. Krakoto? Okay, I'm still gonna do this person. Technically, they're a merman or whatever. But here's the character that we are creating now, who is the king of, like, the merfolk or whatever. So I'm just gonna make a quick character. It takes me about 5 minutes, but I do try and, like, thematically make it one of those characters. It's just a thing that I'm memeing about because tomorrow is the release of Coral Island, and that's the game I want to play, but I can't play it yet because it's not out yet. So I'm not at all salty about the fact that I have to wait. I actually don't mind having to wait, but it is a thing. Political captive? You know what? That actually kind of works. Is there just king? Sure. That doesn't actually match, but we'll make it a VHO king. It's basically, sure, why not? They're basically royalty. That's the whole point. So what the heck am I gonna do for this character for the traits? Because he's a merfolk, so a lot of this stuff doesn't work. I'm going to put Undergrounder to, like, be the fact that he's gonna be uncomfortable being out of water, since we don't have caves. That should be a negative mood. That'll be kind of thematically on the same thing. Yeah, the character modder can do that. Let's see, that mod, you can redefine, change the value of an object of the game. Testing it made the base revolver 100. Oh, yeah. And we'll say, I don't know. We'll go with Quick Sleeper, I guess. I have no idea what to do for him. I don't want to spend forever on this. Hide your helmet. So you've got really long hair. And you're male. You've got a majestic beard. And honestly, the hair color is pretty much on point. No tattoos. Average wide is fine. We'll make him a Hulk. That's the first one I'll have that has actually a Hulk in here. I want those done. No tattoos. Okay, and that's what we're gonna go with for that. And we gotta change the name. Krakatoa. Krakatoa. And they don't have last names, weirdly, so Krakatoa. What? That's fine. Biological age, we're gonna say he's 45, because he's not one of the younger ones.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And I'll get that sip in a moment. We will go into their inventory, and we're gonna have them dump the gas mask, which weirdly they have two, because of course they do. I'm forgetting anything. Oh, and your favorite color, we're gonna make it gold, because he's wearing a bunch of gold. Alright, health any problems? You do not get to have the psychic link. And we will save that. Krakatoa. Cool. That should do. So that's our new person. So we took away their titles and all that. We're gonna have them drop both the gas masks. Alright. Never rush, make sure you're doing okay. Gotcha. Let's see. Oh my god, the exoskeleton does that. Alright, so let's save this. And normally I always do commitment mode, but this one kind of weird off thing. We know that. So you're asking me for 5 colonists. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for being cute. Welcome to our marriage.
Okay.
I copied you but changed it.
I get that.
Yeah. It was funny. See how chat's hilariously responding.
the 2 taps.
Hi, Eonic. Hi, Allison Adventures. Hi, Sentient Cookie.
Yeah, for the record, normally I do challenge modes where I'm commitment, no dev stuff or anything. We're just doing kind of a weird one-off.
Hi, Bunk Spill. Hi, Mally's 85. Hi, Miso Lost Sarah.
Oh, I think we got our new melee pawn. Do I have anything I can use for melee?
Undo those. Even too much cheese for me, and I love sharp cheddar. I don't know what that's referring to, but cheddar and all cheese is delicious, so you and me are friends.
You're friends now.
Yeah.
You don't get a say in this.
Yep.
Oh, begin throne speech? Wait, you shouldn't have a title.
Everything's better with cheese.
Wait, you should.
Or chocolate. One of those two.
One second. This character has all these settings. You're not supposed to have psychic powers. Where are those? There we go. No, don't get rid of.
That person's name is Krakatoa.
Yep, okay.
That's a cool name. Oh, are they all named? No, just that one. Did you name them after people who said join, or is that like in reference to something from Coral Island?
This is in reference to Coral Island. Okay. Adding sidecast? No, it's deleting the sidecast. Because I don't want to sit there and have my characters just get free all sorts of stuff that would be like unbalanced, overpowered, that kind of nonsense. That I'm not supposed to have access to, or I haven't gone to the stuff to get access to. So I'm trying to make it balanced by just, you know, plus the file dialogue, remove click minus. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the reason I've been saving before every time I make a character, just in case I scuff something up that I can revert.
Did you do a good job of simulating Coral Island?
I mean, there's the oil spill.
Ooh, yeah, that's. But is it going like the oil spill in Coral Island?
There's no Cthulhu tentacle oil spill. You know, because that's how oil spills apparently work in Coral Island. Is that they're all Cthulhu.
Yep. Well, I'm heading to bed, you guys.
Does this colony seem fair? We have all these wood buildings, some of them that the people still just sleep in the sand.
Okay.
And then we have an entire building made out of nothing but jade.
Ooh, who gets to sleep in that building?
It's the temple.
Oh.
You can tell where our money's gone.
I don't want to diss on the religion of your islanders, but I feel like they could have, positioned their resources more efficiently.
They have a pool table.
Oh, well, that is important. I love you.
I love you more.
Stay handsome.
Can't say what I'm not. Okay. And now I got this little bridge, so that way, like, if we have someone over here, they don't have to run the whole way out and around. They can just cut straight across to the kill box. But yeah, so like I said, normally I do a challenge, but the only reason I'm specifying that is since this run is so far outside the norm, it's not that I feel like pressure to be like, no, this isn't how this isn't how the stream normally goes, man. I promise. It's just to kind of like clarify expectations. That way, the next time someone tunes in, they're like, why aren't you doing your story stuff? It's like, yeah, this is kind of the whole thing. We'll deal with heck. Drops corn in the water. Don't mind if I recreate just because. Let's see. They shouldn't embrace the tentacles and everything would be fine. Eek. No. 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 No, 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 no. But yeah, so that's the whole thing why we're doing, like, this is the whole reason why we're doing this, is because it was 2 days ago. I was like, I don't know what I want to play, because my heart is in wanting to play a game that isn't available yet, at least not the version I want to play, and it's just about around the corner, so it's kind of like absorbed my attention, and you're sitting there going, I want to play the other game, but I can't, and even though I like all the other games I normally play, it's not what my brain wants right now. And so I was like, all right, let's just meme on it, and we'll just do something like that. And plus, it was something different to do, because I just did my pollution challenge a couple of times. We did a bunch of other like random challenge things, and that was also a lot of fun. Like, we did a run that I called like as an Adam and Eve challenge, that we did. That the gist of it is we started 2 characters and we made them kind and beautiful just so they would, not break up 2 days into the run and then scuff the entire run. And then the idea was I was only allowed to have, like, the only new colonists I could have were their kids. And we got up to something like there was somewhere in the area of like 16 kids in the colony before ultimately things, kind of went sideways and people started dying. Which that was just, we were getting hit real hard by mechs and we started losing like 1 or 2 pawns like every 3rd or 4th raid. And you eventually hit a point that everything goes sideways. And that wasn't even because of like the nature of the slow burn of the colony. I had gone in because the whole theme was that it was a tribal planet. So we had here where we had some like 8 hostile tribes that we could make friend. Like they start at -80, but we could technically befriend. And we befriended them all, so it means we got nothing but mechs. Because that's how that works. Because it still triggers the raids. It takes what's left. Let's see, we're all just wanting to kill some characters in Coral Island, but it's not possible there, so we recreated them in RimWorld. I mean, hey, Leah died. Just saying. For those who don't know, Leah's kind of their equivalent to Haley in Stardew Island, or Stardew Valley. She's the one who's kind of abrasive to you right from the get-go, for no reason whatsoever. Like, calls out your fashion taste is terrible, and you're just like, you know what? Screw you, lady. Who hurt you? Why you gotta be this way? My understanding is she actually gets to be pretty nice. It's the same thing as like Haley in Stardew Valley, where when you start the game, they're abrasive, they're annoying, and then like once you become closer friends, they start actually be pretty decent. You start to learn there's a lot more to the character and all that. But real life me is like, yeah, but I would never give them the time of day. And the first thing you do is you come up to me and you're just like rude to my face for just no discernible reason. I'm not going to give you any more time. Like that's gonna be, it's like, all right, well, I won't be around you anymore. I got better things to do with my life than be insulted. Yeah. Related in B-room. Yeah, nah. Automod got you. We actually keep automod not super strict. It's not like on its highest set or anything, but I do keep automod a little bit up. That's just one of those things that I generally try to make this a safe place for, you know, whoever's here and all that, that we don't have to deal with people being awful. And I would rather automod intercept when someone's awful and it not do the damage they want it to do than to not do that. And it's worked out pretty well for me, that there's only been a couple of times people have been able to sneak stuff by when they were trying to deliberately cause drama. You know the type of person where it's like, first time chatter, and then like the first thing they say is like some super controversial thing. You're like, okay, you could find the door, man. We don't need that. Or they'll be, what do you think about this really, really divisive political thing? And you're like, yeah, how about no? Like there is stuff that when it happens, I will when I say get vocal, it's not like I will climb up on my soapbox and yell, but it's like, hey, we're just not gonna say that here. Hey, we're not gonna do that here. You know, my channel, not a democracy. It is a dictatorship here. I have to make sure I maintain this to what it is. I have to moderate and all that kind of stuff. And all that. You wonder when Little Guardsman will drop? It still says 2023. I want to know as well, because Little Guardsman was amazing, the demo we played. Like, that is a game that it was like, oh, it's kind of like Paper Please, but like kind of silly and all that. And it's like, I mean, yes, sort of, kind of, and it very quickly goes off the rails in so many amazing ways. That's the last thing I think I'd personally do. Oh yeah, you've been the mod. I made a few servers of mine. You're a disabled Navy vet. See my shirt? Yup. Oh, good. Look what they delivered, chat. More jade. We could tear down our pool table and our poker table and make them out of jade too. Come on. Do I need jade pews? It's a shame I can't make jade floor. I know there's a mod for it, but I don't have it. Oh yeah, I need kneel pillows. I forgot about that. Cargo pods, steel. I mean, guinea pig meat, I guess, is kind of the same. Green carpet and pretend. You know, that's actually not a bad idea. I'm down to put down some green carpet. We haven't researched carpet making. But honestly, with where we're at, I wouldn't have a problem with taking a 2-second detour to make it happen. Gotcha. Alright. So, Neil Pills, that's right. We're going ideology. If I put them that far over, it'll disrupt. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll cancel these ones. We'll just really bunch this place up a little. That's a contractor. Put down green carpet. Pocket the jade. Go make a profit. No one will notice. Hey, man. It wasn't in the contract it had to be jade. They just implied it had to be jade. They should have read the contract. Just because they convinced themselves it would be jade doesn't mean we ever agreed to it. So much as this damage from random lightning. The carpet is dyed jade. Yeah, it's jade the color, not the material. Oh, I haven't had you set to recreation. That's my bad, man. Honestly, that's gonna take a while. I believe, if I remember correctly, this doesn't cancel to do this. Yeah, so it'll just switch over, and then we pick it up, it'll already have its 1,000. But this will research way faster because it's multiple tiers lower tech. Okay, we got a new person. You visiting? You got steel? Do you have steel? I didn't check what type of caravan were you. Bulk goods? Come on, buddy. Bring the steel. Sorry, were you not clear enough in the contract? I'm sorry, you should have been more clear beforehand. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing you can learn with not even like people deliberately trying to like pull a fast one on you. Just the number of times I've gotten like contract dev work or whatever, because I do software dev, that like they just have really not thought out the entire thing. And you learn very quickly to never take an open-ended contract where they have like, you know, we'll discuss details, because it's like, no, that is just getting absolutely raked over the coals with feature creep. That like the target that you've agreed to do is just keeps moving farther and farther away. No, they don't have any steel. You disappoint me. I was actually there's anything you even want? Not really. I'll give him a bunch of my tribal medicine because I have too much. So give me your money. As you think you like tinker and do Arduinos and microcontrollers yourself now? I did Windows app before, but didn't stick. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, I've done Arduino. I've also done there's one called NetDuino as well. It's the same idea, it's just it uses C# as opposed to its own scripting stuff. You started DOS actually QBasic? But yeah, and I messed with a bunch of them. I mean, all of those are input outputs, put some logic behind it. Which that's not to like belittle what they do, but it's nice and straightforward about, you know, when sensor reads X, do Y. You can put some logic and intelligence between there, of course, like do a bunch of math, all that kind of stuff. I find like programming hardware to be kind of nice. Very nostalgic about the 286 with DOS 5.22. I'm not. I've learned when I look back at a lot of stuff like that nostalgia is forgetting all the pain points. There's been a number of like threads people have posted about remember back in the early 90s and 80s how wonderful games were compared to now. You're like, man, you don't remember putting in that disc and hearing it not run, or like your little floppies getting corrupted, or never knowing when you boot up a game if it would even like run at all. Oh good, they gave me torture helmets. Awesome, thanks man. I don't know what you're trying to tell me about, but you know, cool I guess. Like, you'd go to the store, you'd buy a game, you'd take it home, it didn't support your hardware, so you couldn't play it. They had no real, like, requirements. It had the requirements, does your computer run? And then you'd take it home and the game wouldn't work. You'd have to, like, boot out of Windows into DOS to play some games. Other games you need to go back into Windows to play them. Other games you have to, like, go into DOS and run it in a special mode, like run slow kind of thing, to reduce its system requirements so it would actually run. You'd stop and look at the actually look at the enemies you're fighting and realize you could just kind of stand there and the enemies wouldn't ever manage to be able to kill you. Or like if you play a game like X-Wing, you'd sit back and watch your teammates fight the enemy ships, and if you actually watch, they would just fly in circles, not like chasing each other, just flying like a random pattern. They're just background noise, they don't actually do anything. It was just like random inputs for different directions, and they would occasionally just shoot just in general, but they would never hit each other. Like, never hit each other. Like, the moment you start watching that, it just completely kills the immersion of the entire thing. Yeah, there was bad parts, but the care in showing off the tech was encouraged. Feels like now the minimal effort to shove through behind paywalls. Agree with you though? There are bad parts. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying there's not, like, games nowadays don't have their pain points. Like, I want to make that clear. It's just, if you look in the past and you don't also see there's pain points, that's some rose-tinted glasses doing some overtime. You're just forgetting the parts that hurt. Or how many games do you get corrupted save files back in the day? Almost everything is a cash grab now. So that's one of the reasons why I like to play indie games more than that. Like, that's even going back to like the flip from like 2000 to like 2005. Like, that's kind of the beginning of when we started to see microtransactions properly start entering the scene. Not like they are today, but like it was the thing that you saw that first step and you went, oh no, I hate this. I know where this is going, and it is bad for all of us. Like, you know, and to be fair, I didn't like realize what we would be in for now, but it's just kind of, you could see right there. It's like, oh no, this is definitely not the way we want things to go. You had a game that had a chip on the top for like 2 pixels on the information, and you couldn't finish it because the pixel that was lost was the boss's favorite attack move. The beginning of Horse Armor? Yep. Okay, was that attacks immediately or prepare? They'll attack immediately. Okay, so... and you'll wait over here in the water. So if any of them do manage to get through, you'll go intercept them. Yeah, as well as ones that you add the binary, open the option, hand at the saves, add money, stuff. I remember the game Dark Rain back in the day. We're talking like early Windows 95, if I remember correctly. That's a little annoying. But there's a bunch of things I liked and disliked about it. One thing is, one of the first games that I would say I experienced modding in a big hand, and I was like making my own. Because it was literally the units in the game, like all their information was just contained in like a handful of text files. So if you wanted to make a new unit to the game, all you had to do is like just copy where they had made a unit, like paste it down below, and like change its stats. So like I remember making a unit that was an artillery unit that hit for like almost no damage, but it fired really fast and it didn't have smart targeting, which basically meant you would have this unit, when it saw a target, it would just kind of like shoot a bunch of these like little tiny projectiles, and as long as the person moved the unit around, it would never do anything. But it was kind of a good way of just, because the DPS on it was decent, so it's kind of a good way if you get like a scout into the enemy base, you could use this thing to just like burn down a building, almost like a damage over time effect, but it was just shooting a bunch of little hits. Oh, right, I still need to do that. I do want the Archotech leg, so we are going to take this. This will actually be pretty good, because it means I will take the people away for the entire winter. I was gonna figure out who's going. Duke 3D was easy to mod. Yeah, I remember doing lots of stuff. Like it was actually the first time there was like websites you could find that people had taken the time to come up with a bunch of like custom units with custom art and all that. Oh, you should also do research as well. Oh, you know what? It respawned them. That's right. Yeah, so you're not gonna hunt. Okay. So, who are we sending? We'll keep the construction person here. So Raj, I think, will go. I don't feel like I should send my melee pawn, but I'm going to send them as well, because I got to send 5, which is why it's considered ranked pretty high, as it's really easy for things to go wrong. Nina just handles, so you're going 2, so that's 3. I cannot send Kangaroo, they're a child, so they're ineligible. We could send one of our growers, so you can go, that should be 4. Okay, I need one more. So Theo is definitely not going. I don't really want to send our only crafter. Alice is too important. One of them has to go. We have Suki, Alice, and Theo are still here. And Antonio is still here. I think we send Theo. And then we set Antonio to take over cooking while Theo's gone. No space of storage for the Architect leg. That's fine. We go here. Body parts. There we go. Anyone incapable of violence? Antonio. But I was more watching the skills that people had, so I didn't send away all my people for food. They want you to watch their friend. They're interested in learning about our cultures, and they'll give me goodwill. Deal. Yeah, so the reason I did it that way is Alice can still maintain the plants. Suki can handle the construction and help with the plants. Both of them are capable of the research. We don't have much in the way of hauling, and Antonio can cook and craft. So that shouldn't be too bad. But I kind of like the idea, because that should mean they're gone the entire winter, which does mean for the entire winter my food consumption will be massively reduced. Which will make our winter much easier this year. Let's see, it will, but mainly it's just trying to stop people from clicking it, since I don't know if their DNS will route them in danger or not. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, usually most stuff they come across as a link, the bot will jump on almost immediately. Like, literally, if you just, like, write a sentence and it has ends of the period, and you start the sentence without a space, it'll almost always flag it as a link. It's really dumb, but, you know, I would rather it mistakenly flag like something that isn't a link as a link than not flag actual links. We also try and do when you have like the bots pop in, they're like, you know, want to be famous? Buy follows here, or whatever their current iteration is. I'll usually go out of my way to find what I need to do to get that to not be a thing to worry about. I'll put the transponder in here, even though it doesn't really belong. Okay. Because we destroyed the mech walker over here way at the not way at the beginning, a while earlier, just to get it out of there. Ooh, how much is... I didn't even think about this. How much are you? 170. Alright, that's unfortunate. If we can save enough steel for 170, we should make the smelter. And like if I have to wire it up like some ridiculous route, that's fine. Because then that means I've got a means of getting steel that at least is somewhat consistent / reliable. Versus right now, you know, it's depending entirely on people like coming by to trade and such. Okay. All right. Are you making our beach resort? So the idea behind this colony They don't have enough money. Give me your medicine, give me that. Okay. Oh, you won't haul? The idea behind this colony... That you won't haul either. The idea behind this colony is... Like, Coral Island is the game I want to be playing, but it doesn't release until tomorrow. The 1.0 version. So we're doing a Coral Island RimWorld crossover where we're making all the characters Coral Island characters. Now, granted, the kids that the characters have, we're not making that... Oh, please tell me we kept the parents here. Okay. I was like, oh wait, we have 2 babies. Did I keep the parents here to take care of the babies? Because that could have been a problem. That would have been no good. All right, we have a raid. Ooh, a bolt action. So it'd be to our advantage to not shoot at them in the way in, but instead to engage them when they get over here. Because the bolt action definitely has the range advantage. So what I want to do is bait them into the open and immediately open fire on them. Wait, were you attacks immediately or preparing? You're preparing. 1 second. All those things I just said, but once they get to preparing. So you can't wait for you to do some Coral Island, but this has been fun. You guys are great for Ideas Blast. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, that's, for those who don't know, that is the plan for tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream, we'll be starting out with Coral Island. Most likely it'll be a Coral Island stream, just period. We'll see how it goes. But expect me to play at least like the first day or two. I'll probably go pretty hard on Coral Island, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah, so get you two. Are you not good to defend yourselves? Well, you're gonna bleed out because you currently have hostile people. Wow, you really are a bad shot. I need you to get off the map so they stop doing that. And I just re-upped it so they wouldn't quit. So they should go through here, yeah. Alright, now switch positions. So they don't get the cover bonus anymore. That's all I was doing, is just trying to quickly get them to bait them in here. Okay. So you're all good there. You got punched. It's fine. So you got a poor quality bolt action. So you got a poor quality revolver, a normal one. Go get that bolt action. Can I still get to you in time? Probably not. No, you're already dead. That's what I figured. When they ran the whole way back and forth, there's like, yeah, that person's going to be long dead before I even get to the point that we're not fighting. You have to lock down your ideology a bit. Too many breakups after too many kids going on here. Reloving can be fickle. Oh, yeah. Like, that's actually beautiful and pretty. Can be really negative traits at times. Because everyone hits on everyone. Which just means everyone's getting mood breaks from being turned down constantly, and it just escalates so much. You're like, just please stop. Stop doing this to yourselves. Okay, you're already treated. Just when it gets out of the water so it doesn't have that. But I know I've had that, like, there's times I treat beautiful often as, like, a negative trait. It's not so bad, like, if your whole point is to keep two people together. That can be okay if they're, like, both beautiful and kind or whatever. Like, these days, with how annoyed I get with the random social fights all the time. Where are you? Oh, yeah, you can't put out the fire. That's fine. Don't let any of the metal things burn. That's the big thing. Don't let any of those get broken. I don't have the metal to replace them. Okay. Yeah, like the kind trait, like social fights to me are one of the most annoying things. I've lost so many runs because you just have a bunch of people social fighting because they get mad at each other for something. And then, you know, every time they talk to each other, they get into another social fight. And it's one of the reasons I, like, nowadays I very much avoid stuff like psychopath and bloodlust and abrasive and meanderist and misogynist and all those other ones. Just so I don't get the constant treadmill of social fights, just wearing, like, your own pawns wearing down your people. Let's see, population first one. With women you love, coming to terms with being asexual themselves. Communication is key. Open is honest, really truthful communication. Why couldn't they have allowed for that within the meme? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just not the way RimWorld's made. Where it's not like you can't just have, like, everyone chill with everyone kind of thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff in RimWorld that they don't... Like, it doesn't run the way real world works. But, I mean, you know... Like, you get some of that being that way, because just either, one, they're not aware of it, two... Like, it's just not a priority. Sometimes it could be, like, game decisions for reasons. That one wouldn't probably be one. But, yeah. Should be living loud, free setting? Yeah. I don't think it'd be a bad idea to have that where it's just, like, our colony just doesn't care. Like, because, you know, you'd still have, like, the same thing where, like, people with poor social get into fights more... those kind of things. Like, and that would be the exact same. That would be in the department of they're bad at communicating. But yeah. That precept seems like the most, almost an unfair lineup for failure. Honestly, my colony is a quite often turn on free loving, because it just basically means they can go to... They could sleep with each other immediately upon hooking up versus, you know, having to, like, wait for them to get married and all that kind of nonsense. It's there but directly countered by default. Yeah. Well, that's the one that annoys me, is that the default is like, oh, you're not married. You can't sleep in the same bed. That's not allowed. It's like, look, man, we're in a survivalist situation. There's one bed, there's two people here. I feel like you should be a little bit more flexible on this one. Oh, good. This'll go great. Yeah, you know what? We'll send another colonist. I'm almost memeing with doing this, by the way. So, I think... we're sending Alice. No, actually, Antonio could go, because this one was a short one, right? Basically until the end of winter. Have fun, Antonio. And we are now allies. Alright, pull it all up, because we're about to hit end of season. We're going to have these start dying from freezing. Yeah, I know they don't let you send the babies. So, the entire colony is just Alice and Suki, which, in Coral Island, are twins who run a hotel. Because this is a guest, and those are children. So they are going to struggle because they currently have 2 babies that they have to feed. I just realized I done goofed. Well, alright, we get to have some food poisoning in our future. I sent the cook. It's might be okay. Like, honestly, that part will be fine. Even if they get food poisoning, it'll just be very inconvenient. But right now, I have just 2 people, well, 3 people eating meals. Well, 4 people, because we have a guest. And I've got, like, 12 meals, a bunch of, some pemmican, 1,700 raw food, and we are pulling up an entire field of corn as we speak. You had denier for 2 games? Games referencing? Those you can think about as Dead Island. Well, Coral Island is more like Stardew Valley. Or if that doesn't ring a bell, Harvest Moon, or if that doesn't ring a bell, Sunhaven, or if that doesn't ring a bell, Animal Crossing. I'm amused that no one else is here, but it's still like, nah, man, you gotta sleep outside, friend. Look, Theo will give up your room. I also like how they're not here, and it's like, no, I can't sleep in that bed. Theo, that's Theo's bed. Theo's not here right now, it's fine. Now they have the Ruby Temple all themselves. I'm sure the extra colony wealth will be only having 2 colonists. Will not backfire. They don't know either. You don't know either of the 4 of them? Okay, Animal Crossing vaguely. Yeah, no, it's just they're the style of game is what's known as a slice of life or life sim style game. That the gist of the game is usually you'll be brought into some location and it'll have some problem going on. So like Stardew Valley, the town is in pretty bad disrepair and there's a big box store moving into town, like knocking out all the local businesses. Or Sunhaven, they have like, there's this monster town with a dragon that is like covering the world with darkness. And so you got to deal with that. Coral Island, it's basically you have this tourist town that's fallen on hard times after a nearby location had an oil spill and your island got messed up. So, it drove off the tourism. And so what goes from there is usually you'll inherit some piece of property that is a farm. There's some that it's like you go in debt for it or whatever, but the point is you get this land. And then the idea you'll do from that is you'll either like farm or fish or forage or whatever to make money. And that throughout the game you build up your farm, you make it nicer, you get more supplies, like you advance your character, you level them up. They usually always have some type of like skills to the game that you level up. And then on top, oh, I got a growth moment. You're gonna get medical because we don't have someone who's competent medical. Let's do trigger happy because why not? Okay, so that's fine. They didn't level up super well, but we got it. But so what ends up happening is you go and you fix the town's problems as part of it. But another part of the game is like all of the other NPCs, they all have like their own lives and stuff going on. But there are a number of them that you can date, you can romance, you can marry, you can have kids, those kind of things. But it's kind of just like playing through like a life. You did EverQuest and World of Warcraft, so that skill thing is no stranger. Yeah. Like theirs, it'll be you mine a bunch, and it'll be like, okay, you've got your choice of these 3 things that you can make it so you break rocks easier, or when you break a rock, you get more stone from it, or when you break a rock, you might get better gems or more gems or whatever, and they all do it differently. But it's like living kind of a realist, well, I shouldn't say realistic, because, obviously dragons and monster people, whatever. But like, laissez-faire slice of life kind of thing. But, Coral Island's the one coming out tomorrow. Like, it's been out in early access for a while, but this is their 1.0 release, so you'll finally be able to actually finish the game versus just get really far in the game. Where the whole idea is you clean up all the oil spill, there's what they call the heritage sites, which is, it's a thing where you gotta get, like, a bunch of different things in the world and turn them in. Second Life fantasy version? Yeah. Ish, yeah. But it's also, or there's a Story of Seasons, Harvest Moon would also fall into that same genre. My Time at Porsche or My Time at Sandrock also fall under it. Those ones deviate from the model a little bit more, which I actually appreciate. Yeah. But yeah, no, the heritage side in that game is basically they have like these fountain things, and they'll be like, okay, to unlock this fountain thing, you need to like bring me these 6 different fish, or like these 6 different bugs, or these 6 different crops, or like whatever the thing is. And you bring it all those things, it unlocks. We're back 18 months, there's a lot to sort out through there. Gotcha. It picked up on crazy as potentially bullying. Like, that's the thing. Just because it get automated doesn't mean it is offensive. It means it could be used in a negative or offensive way. Like, as, like, a normal use of it. And unfortunately, crazy is one of those words that people do that a lot. Technically, it picked up on them and crazy as, like, a set of words. But that's because automod is a thing. All right. Yeah, it makes sense because it's crazy directed at them. Right. Like in this case, you were saying like to yourself versus I would assume the more common use would be someone is like, you know, right. If you said like it's crazy, it'd probably be fine. But saying them crazy, you know, them crazy demographic is what probably the most common use for that, I would assume. Which means you are, by that nature, you're saying a negative about a group. Not that I'm saying that's what you're doing, but that's probably why it triggered in there. 2 archers and you give me a telescope and a masterwork thing. You know what? I feel like we can handle that. I do want a telescope. We were supposed to get one earlier, but then I had to eat the animal because we were starving to death. You know, RimWorld things. But yeah, no, like, if someone says something and like Automata grabs it, it's like either regular or someone who tunes in a frequently amount. Usually I'll you know, make it say like, hey, don't say that word or whatever, or you know, hey, don't do that, or hey, back off, like whatever. So if I don't say that, it's fine. There is a Automata does jump on stuff pretty aggressively at times. All right, you need to actually build that wall, please. I know I've assigned you to do everything around here, but if we're going to be attacked, I would like the kill box to actually, you know, not have a big gaping hole in the side. Okay. Yeah, so the meditation throne, like whatever. I'll put it in here just because I can. But see, that one time when it picked up on just thing alone, as a sexual term though. Yeah, it's like, okay, like don't get me wrong, I know people can use the word thing to refer to like a sexual term, but like, really? That's it? Because, like, I don't even have it turned up to the highest setting or anything like that. It's kind of middle of the pack. Because there's only, like, 3 settings. Well, sorry, 4. There's the 4 setting is just turn it off. The one up from that is, like, okay, only, like, pick up on, like, actual, like, hate terms and that. You know, which it still grabs more than it necessarily fit that description, but only grab those. And I'm on the one above that that's like, hey, also try to grab, you know, like, terms that are, you know, if someone's like bullying or that kind of thing, like try and grab some of that. And then they have like the one that is like super duper strict. You know, that's the one, like that highest one would be like if you're having on a channel that you expect lots of children to tune into, like 13-year-olds, whatever, because that's the youngest age you're supposed to. You would definitely want that first one, because that's the one like it'll start grabbing out a bunch of swear words, it'll start grabbing all that. Versus like this one, it really only grabs on swear words if that swear would be normally used in a context that it's trying not to. Choosing what triggers people is a difficult job. Hard to write good filters. Yeah, because it's not only that you write the good filters, it's it's unfortunate that ill-meaning people, as you start pressuring them to not say certain words, like it becomes public that you don't say that word because people have used it for hateful purposes, then they'll come up with a different word that is currently innocuous to, you know, code be able to say things in public that are negative until, you know, people catch up on that one and that becomes a new word. So it's like this never-ending battle. But you need to do it because, you know, they're using the word to deliberately cause problems. And it's just, it is a game of cat and mouse. Alright, so pretty soon we should have these attacks, because they'll arrive on foot in 2 days, and it's been 1.5. But I want that telescope. The throne was so whatever, but I want the telescope. Because that'll give us another option for recreation. That's why we have AI chatbots. Soon the moderation will be penalized. Soon the moderation will be penalized. You choose the personality that filters. Oh, personalized. I'm misreading that. That's on me. Personalized. That's a very different word. That's where it sounds like, what do you mean the moderation will be penalized? I don't understand. Yeah. I can, like, but I mean, that's like kind of what AutoMod does. It's algorithmic. So it's not, so AutoMod has some things where it's like some words, it'll just score. Yeah, you moderate a channel that has AutoMod that is turned on to the max, smart detection on, and everything to max, 240 blocked terms manually added. And it's not enough, not even close. People will find a way. Yeah, people always try and find a way around it. It's also one of those things that's tricky about, you can add words that have multiple meanings, that one of the meanings is really not okay, but then the other one is totally fine. And it gets tricky because you're like, well, no, I want to allow this word because used in the correct context is appropriate here, but also there's the other context, and it becomes an annoying thing to deal with. And you'll have people go in deliberately knowing it's a hard word to manage, so it'll be like their weapon of choice because they know it'll be more of a pain in the butt for you. Because that's honestly what a lot of those people just want to do, is they just want to be a pain and a frustration. Let's keep you restricted just in case. Sorry, baby. Gonna have to toss you on the floor. You're too far away from our crib. We need to get the fighters in position. Why are you going slow? Food poisoning. There we go. We knocked an eye out. Just... That's fine. Yeah, they'll probably get out of here. Then I gotta bother running them down, because then I gotta run through the deep water. The goal wasn't to kill them. It's just to draw the raid and then not die. Okay, so install that. We don't really care where it goes, just out there is fine. And then the throne I actually don't really care about, but I figure what the heck, we'll just put in here. It doesn't match, it's not jade, which is a real disappointment, but you know, it's a masterwork, I'll take it. Okay. And that's because I accidentally sent our cook away, so Suki's just trying their best. It is what it is. Unrestrict? Yep. Thank you. I do wish they would put an icon over stuff that, like, if you have something out here that is unreachable, that it would just mark it that, like, it's unreachable, and then you can be like, oh, why is it unreachable? Oh, I didn't leave myself a door out, or oh, it's outside the zone. Like, it doesn't need to be like a big alert or anything, but just something that, like, marks it. They're like, okay, I understand why they're not grabbing it. The quality of life stuff we talked about earlier, just so that makes it, like, very easy to see how things are going. Oh yeah, I sent Theo away, so he's not maintaining that tree. That's kind of a bummer, nothing I can do about that. And Suki is no longer maintaining their tree at all either, but not because, like, they're not here. I've just given them too many assignments that now they can't keep up. It's fine, I'm sitting on, like, 1,000 wood laying down here, and there are 500 up here, so we're good in the wood department for a little while. We'll definitely want to build more, but we just don't have it. How much would it cost me to make the really nice floors in here? 2,560. RimWorld makes you think of stuff you do. Yeah, well, it's so easy to forget to do something, and that the game gives you no real way to like find the thing that you forgot. Like, there's no way to surface it. You just go, why am I not getting food? Why am I not getting food? Not why am I not getting food? Oh wait, sewing got disabled at some point. Or, oh, like some zoning got messed up. Oh good, Suki has food poisoning. Everyone gets to have a little food poisoning in their life. Well, that's not good. Everyone has food poisoning. Luckily, they're at least melee. I'm glad we destroyed that block and not one of these other two. Why are you lighting that on fire? Why are you a big jerk? Okay. All right, come on. I know. 1 second. Alright, so let's see if we can't fix this up. To have the colony die? Oh no, they're we lent one person to work for 13 days, and we sent 5 people to work for 24 days. So basically, most of my colony is on leave. They dropped some jade, I know, right? Gonna make this whole place out of jade by the time we're done here. But yeah, so we actually sent away like 6 or 7 colonists to go work for other people for right now. So when they get back, we'll have like 9 adult colonists or whatever it is. But it's kind of one of those things, I'm like, we're going into the winter. That's when food tends to be a problem. We've had food problems like the last 2 years. Oh, you're going to let me send away most of my colony to ride out the winter where no one really needs to eat anything because they're not here? Sure, I'll do that. That sounds great. Now granted, the food poisoning sucks pretty bad because I accidentally sent away my cook. But you know, it's fine. So we've got 2 adults watching over everyone else here. Okay, so you're finally recovering. Just trying to get food, and she's just like getting sick everywhere. The other colonists get back, and it's just the whole place is this giant mess. They're like, what happened here? The fact that we got even more jade, that I can realistically make an entire second building entirely out of jade, is just very amusing to me. All right. But also for all the new people in the channel today, I do stream 6 days a week, 11 hours a day. So where it goes like, man, this is a long stream. Yep, this is the normal. So we stream from about 5 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST. And we just stream every days but Thursdays. Now there's a chance later on in either mid or like towards the end of November, maybe December, the day off might be switching for a bit over a month and a half, like about a month or so, to being Saturdays instead, because 2 might be having a change in her work schedule for a couple of for about a month to help cover for someone's paternity leave. And when that happens, like when that does come to be a thing, I'll be probably switching to have Saturdays off instead. That way me and her still have a day off together. But we're kind of in the holding pattern of waiting for the baby to happen before I know when any of that's going to happen. Silly babies and like running on their own schedule and making you deal with it. We really need to sit down with babies and get the planner. You got it all planned? Good for you. Yeah, we try. Where we talked about earlier, like, communication is so important. It's the same, like, it is. Don't forget to have a clean room and a good doctor for the birth. Not our baby. We're covering for someone else who's well, she's covering for someone else who's a baby. I'm still doing my thing at home. It's someone she works with. Yeah, what a rude baby. Yeah, didn't even go and like make sure you like blocked it in or anything. How am I supposed to have our meetings happen? And later a school desk at blackboards. Oh man, I remember being a kid. Oh, it's one of my wife's coworkers, one of Tomb's coworkers. It's going to be a thing that her work schedule is going to change while she covers for the paternity leave for the person who will be, you know, like at home kind of thing. But yeah, like I remember being younger, and it was a thing that a lot of families had, that they would get a hold of the school desks that were the desks that like the schools were trying to get out, like just the old wood desks, while they got like the newer ones that weren't the most uncomfortable and horrible things ever. But I remember like my family ended up with one of the old desks. I know a bunch of my friends had, you know, when they were younger, had the old desks. Like it was just a thing that they did, which it was the schools, you know, getting rid of the old desks because they were terrible. So when it came time to replace furniture, torture setting device. Oh my god, yeah, it was like, and it was the ones that had like the little drawer underneath that, you know, the teachers wouldn't let you use. Are you gonna survive manhunting me? Yeah, I guess you probably could. I was just looking at the emo going, you're already mostly dead from toxic buildup. Oh. That's annoying. Can I bait you out over here, please? Please hit it at all. Okay. Well, at least Kangaroo got them with the SMG. But yeah, no, they were getting rid of them, like, because they weren't suited, because, like, the desks had been installed back when it was expected you'd go into the class, you'd put your books in, like, this little shelf underneath your thing, because you have, like, your 2 or 3 school books at the time. You weren't expected to, like, go between a bunch of classes or anything like that. And, you know, it's just not the reality that classes we're in anymore. You'd still have your school books, but usually you had more than you knew what to do with, or, you know, the teachers had, like, a proper bookshelf to keep the books in class, or whatever the thing was. Or it'd have you, like, everyone would have their own book bag, which wasn't really a thing you dealt with anymore. They got more worried about people bringing stuff into school they weren't supposed to. You know, stuff like candy and whatever else. Is no one gonna feed the baby? Alright, you can't, so it's up to you to feed the baby. Someone has to feed the baby. Baby's getting upset. I know, you're hungry too. Everyone's hungry. We will allow them to eat raw food again, since we aren't keeping up... Oh, they're already allowed to eat raw food. It's fine. Don't do that. Don't flash storm directly on my farm, please. Okay, pointed here. It's down there. But when it pointed here, it's like, don't do that. How's it fine? Raw food. Yep. The good news is the quest that has the cook gone will be the first one back. Yeah, at least I think so. Yeah, they'll be back soon. They only got 4 more days till they're back. Bring back the cook. That's the way everyone's feeling right now. All right, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom here for just a minute, so I'm gonna go ahead and put up my away screen, and I'll be back here in just a moment. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. That's fine, it's good enough. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Alright, and I am back. We had not one, but 2 times trains becoming relevant in a farming simulator. We're getting none of that installed or anything because Suki's stretched too thin. Oh yeah. Farming simulator physics gets kind of wild sometimes. I'm honestly impressed that you and I can pick out the exact quote that was. So not just that it was like a random, like, you know, against the trees kind of thing, but like the exact quote that came from that clip. Alright, so we're trying our best to keep everyone fed. And we got the Archotech leg. That was the reason we took the 1, was we got an Archotech leg and a Masterwork throne. I don't care about the throne, we're putting it anyways, but that Archotech leg will be good. I haven't decided who I'm going to give it to. I could see giving it to a Crota or whatever it is, and they're a melee pawn, so it's not a bad choice. I could see giving it to a doctor so they can get 2 pawns and rescue them and bandage them up faster. Giving it to your person who's doing all the hauling and all that could be a really good choice, and cleaning because they just have to move around so much. I don't think there's a bad choice of a pawn. I mean, maybe the researcher is probably your worst choice because most of the time they just stand at the research bench and they're not moving around a lot. Are you doing that thing? Yeah, so this is a bug. So you see, she's trying to cook. That's her cute activity. But she goes to haul the ingredients, and then realizes she wants to put them in the freezer. And then she's going to go and grab more ingredients, and then she's going to put them in the freezer. And she's going to go grab more ingredients, and then put them in the freezer, when her assignment is to cook. And she'll eventually get to the point where there's nothing else to grab, and then she'll start cooking. But it's a bug with the common sense mod. That while it fixes 99% of things, it's just, for whatever reason, it just gets stuck on that one. Relatable brains work that way. Honestly, for when they get... Oh, wait, we did get the carpet, didn't we? Okay. So floors. Made want totemic. So I think what we'll do is we'll like make a totemic wood floor here. And then we'll take the wood floor and dye it green. Use our dye on it. I just don't want to queue it up until I've got that surplus wood. Which we got a decent amount. We're at like what? 1,700? But fortunately two of our dryad trees just basically aren't doing anything because Suki doesn't have enough capacity working on everything on their own to keep theirs going. And then we sent Theo away to work at things, so they'll have to bring the tree back up. It's fine. We're using very little wood, just whatever I need for that fueled stove, and that's basically it. Like, we also haven't got the capacity to go down here. We're not installing the telescope. Oh, you're grabbing more. I was like, why are you going up there with that? It's fine. But we are slowly getting everything put away. Kangaroo's mostly hauling. Alright, winter's getting pretty close to over. And that's when our cook gets back, and then it'll be a couple days after that that the others get back. Alright. I have ideas of things I want to do for scary. And for those also new here, is I don't actually do things like jump scare, like scream, loud noises, the banging on the door, like all those like horror themed sounds you normally get. We just have like the Doki Doki characters where it plays like little giggle and then the character pops on screen. It's none of their really rough scenes. It's just kind of like them like being Doki Doki characters. But we did that because Doki Doki Literature Club was something we did for October, like the Halloween season. And I feel like I want to keep stuff there, but like move it away from Doki Doki, just because we only did as a one-off, and a lot of people, you know, they will just be like, why is there this weird anime girl on here? Because maybe after a while they'll forget, because they're just not super into it. But I kind of want to move it to some of the things we've had on the channel that would fit in kind of the same thing, as well as like some of the retheming of the channel we've got on the pipeline to do, which is that we're moving it to more like a tropical scene, like a tropical theming, and then we're gonna have these crabs that have like the beret and the scarf that is kind of a staple of the channel. The RimWorld raid sound, there's a lot of people who do that. It's a good one. Please feed the baby. Baby cannot feed baby self. Now the good news is that baby is going to age up pretty soon. And then we won't be dealing with this nonsense anymore. Okay, we have visitors with more items. It was like the heck is like, oh, is Pank here? But yeah, the heck caught me by surprise. Take the Lucifer. Oh my god, that you cannot afford the Luciferum. I guess don't take anything. Good day. Yeah, no, the heck caught me by surprise. And then I was like, oh, Pankrara must have showed up. I was like, oh, nope, just someone else doing it. Because that was, I have a thing where you can get your own command made, and that was what Pank had made, was the heck command. I think we also had the uwu command made, which is just, it just says in chat, like, that's adorable or something like that. Because it was one of those things in the command, it's like I said, it couldn't be too disruptive. Why do you keep, oh, it's saying that the baby is... Oh, you don't actually have a dedicated sleeping spot. That's fine. But, like, I didn't want to be too disruptive. And a couple of the requests were, like, the really more obnoxious things were, like, you know, as people, like, making fun of ooh, and it's like, no, it's like, it's funny, but please, I don't want to listen to it. Make the young ones sleep on the floor? Hey, they gotta get sturdy like their parents. Alright, there we go, got the jade put away. Rual. Ugh. No. Hey! The cook's back. The food poisoning. The era of food poisoning can come to an end. Alright. So you have 2 prisoners that you want me to feed for a whole season. And then you'll send me a person. Now remember, we're doing the Coral Island thing, so this person will ultimately just be a different pawn. I think I might actually take the goodwill to max him out. I don't really want another pawn right this second. Prisoners. Capture. Okay. I figured it was probably going to be the case, but just wanted to test. Sometimes they will be willing to share the bed, and you can just like toss them both in there and not have to deal with it. Okay, so with that off the list of the cooking, Suki should hopefully be able to catch up with constructing, or at least get that moving again. Extra miles during the feed during winter. I have 5,700 food. We're good. Winter's on its like day before last. We're good. The thing that needs to happen is the cook needs to do the cooking, but I've got my dedicated cook back who is just going to cook. And by that I mean they're just going to keep running back and forth hauling and never actually cooking. It's fine. This isn't chaos at all. Oh good, they're actually doing the thing. But we can go here and convert. And convert. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oi. The worst thing is I also was even sitting there like, I had hoped that the Coral Island update would have been a midnight drop so that I could have done like the end of the stream where we played it, but it's not. It's like 10 a.m. my time. So it'll be in time for the stream tomorrow, but not before it. Said job radius on Bill. So the problem, normally I agree, but like let's say we do this one. So let's say it's not one. Let's say we drop it down to like 20. Let me slide this over so we can actually see what the radius is. The issue on this particular one is I have to make it that big to cover storage, and that's the entire field. That said, you're probably not wrong that I should have it. We'll put it at like 40 so it doesn't go outside the perimeter. It's an issue with there's a mod called Common Sense, and for the most part it's really good, but that is one bug I found. Is sometimes because it tries to haul stuff efficiently, where it's like, I'm walking past this, so I'm gonna go ahead and haul this to the other location anyways. Sometimes it gets itself in a loop there. I think it might be time. We could do it. We could Zeus hammer it up. It's been a good number of runs since we've gotten our hands on a Zeus hammer. Other side of the kitchen? Why are we selling the good stuff? The Luciferum? Because Zeus hammer. Zeus hammer is a... Oh, move the stove. Oh, I am way too lazy. Wait, move it to the other side? Yeah. So I can move it to the other side of the kitchen. I can go through that work. But it still means if I make that the radius, it's still going to cover a bunch of the field. So I got to make this the radius. So it's still going to be like, if the other thing is centered, it's still going to be something like that. Maybe. Somewhere in this ballpark. So it's still going to cover the field. It's just a bug with how the Common Sense mod works. I'm not going to fight it. I'll just let people be dumb for a while. Meanwhile, someone needs to haul the Zeus hammer in. Yeah, but to move the stove, I'm going to either have to put it down here, which puts it closer to the field, or I'm going to need to move one of those and then that over. It's a whole thing. I'm very lazy. It's fine. They'll figure it out, or they won't, and then they'll die. But, you know, it might be fine. Because I always have two zones, have one higher priority closer to the stove. So I could make a zone for it, but then I have to, like if I have the zone up here. But the problem is I have to have a room that they can sleep in, and then they can't do stuff outside the zone. So I'm just not going to worry about it. It's not that big a deal. Like, they'll either fill up the storage and they'll stop, or they'll pick up all the stuff out here and they'll stop. You know, occasionally get it sorted out. It's fine. Like, I haven't quite figured out what causes it, because it doesn't always. You mean stockpile zone? So 2 stockpiles, 1 in the closed storage. Yeah, I mean, I could do something like put a shelf in here even, that like we have a high priority shelf or whatever. If it was like literally causing us to have people die or whatever, then I would probably be like, okay, let's, you know, deal with that. Could someone feed Mantis, please? Oh, hey, buddy. I'm gonna need you to prioritize that baby food real fast. Let's see. Cook the rice last shelf long enough for you almost never lose stuff. Yeah, and that's not a bad idea. I'm not just genuinely super worried about it at the moment. Like, if I get a dedicated hauler, that probably makes a lot of sense to do that. That way, you know, your cook can just like move back and forth kind of thing, and then your dedicated hauler can bring stuff back and forth. Because it's also a thing that I've been, like, typically I've always put my finished food in the freezers, but there's been a couple of times where it's just in the break room next to where the table is, which suddenly I realized I don't even have a table in this colony. That I've gone in and put like a shelf right by the table to try and relieve that. I actually don't have a table in this colony. We never made our break, like, a normal break room. They've been eating at the poker table. You know what? That's fair. I'm okay with them eating at the poker table. Crisis of belief. Because malnourished. You have the food, you just have to eat it. Alright. Oh no, you're malnourished. Yeah, it's probably fair. Who is the warden? Oh, there's 2 of you. Well, they'll figure it out some point, or they won't. Alright. So schedule, work. Okay. It's not exactly what I had in mind, so I gotta do the zone thing I don't like doing. Cut it, do that. Schedule, assign, cut it. Okay, schedule, unrestricted, work. Okay, all better. Like, doing that's not the end of the world, but it's one of those things that really the way that should work is right-click, like grab a character, say right-click, cut all to the blight, and it'll just go through and do the blight. So you can do like 2 or 3 and then they'll just go through there. Or, also, if I go on my schedule and that's just assigned to 1, they prioritize blight over anything else when it comes to cut it. So I would cut like blight 1 and nothing else that would precede it. That they would just immediately go for blight. Treat it like fire. Because it's that urgent. Blight can absolutely kill your colony by just wiping out your entire food supply if you don't get on top of it. Alright, so... you have 5 more days until we get our people back. Alright, so they did build the shelf, which I actually didn't expect them to get that done. Storage, clear, critical. Meals. Not packaged. Because that way they have the meals right here. They'll only ever make like 10, 20 of them. Actually, lower that. Not that one. That one. Because then the plan is I'll keep the meals stacked right here. The longer walk to that, but that just means they'll be able to grab it. They'll always eat at the table. You don't run the weird stuff around that. Like, long term, that'll be a problem. Long term, I'll want to do something like... Have almost a zone that the cook isn't allowed to go into that one spot where the meals are here. And so they just dump them. I don't know how I'd do it. Basically, make it so that he just moves the meals from there to there, and then like a hauler would run it back and forth. So your cook isn't wasting time running back and forth. RimWorld pawns are weird? Yes. Minus when they eat the meal that they randomly carry around themselves? Yep. They have some logic back there, but you do find yourself trying to scratch your head going, exactly why are you making these decisions? Fine, again, stuff repaired. Always check within 25 tiles before give up. Eat without table? Yeah. Imperial? No. Because my map is already mostly pollution. No. That'd be a hard no. Do I still have this set up to like clean most of this? Yeah. Could imagine going to bed with a TV tray while I sleep. Marriage is on. Antonio told Alice he wants to spend his life with her. Alice agreed and the two are now engaged. And immediately with that, Cassandra saying no. And they are going to have a nice, reasonable... Alright. So put a fire in here. Put a fire in here. And I should have a fire in here anyways, so I'll put a fire in there. Don't you kill all my devil strand right before it's due to harvest. It's not right before, it's a while before harvest. she's getting the construction caught up. The orders, paint. That pine green is probably the closest. No. Don't kill all my devil strand at 80%. You horrible, horrible thing. You monster. Not like upper 70, 80%. Which means it waited like almost a whole year for that to grow. And it's like, no. Stupid cold snap. Killed everything but the heal root again. Cassandra's a big old jerk. There's no news at 11 because it's not news. It's just pretty much what we expect. It's just what she do. Why are you eating at the door? Close that door, by the way. Well, that kind of sucks because they are actually starting to get to the point of hypothermia. And I really wanted them to not be there. That whole tunnel is just getting destroyed. I mean, good job on hitting each and every one. Well, the one in the back got hit in the arm, but like both the front ones taking leg hits to slow him down even more. Alright, we're not gonna try and save him. I got other things I gotta do. Like, our people are all gonna start getting cold and hypothermic and all that. Stupid Cassandra. Oh, I waited so long in that devil strand. Do I just have a good doctor here? No, we have nothing but terrible. Alright, pretty soon we'll be giving those prisoners back and all that. We can worry about that and get there. Oh, good. Suki actually fixed those walls. Yeah, everyone's unrestricted. I was just thinking in my head, like, man, I am really looking forward to having that devil strand. Get our new clothes made. It'll be great. We burnt up most of our cloth and our kneel pillows. Probably shouldn't have done that. Well. Alright. It's fine. The good news is this time I've got almost 6,000 food in the fridge. Or freezer, whatever you want to say. So they're not actually eating at the poker table now they put the storage there. Hey, Mantis became a child. Good for you. So schedule, all the recreation, work. Do what you can, little buddy. I don't have high expectations. They're quite low, in fact. But you know. It changed Mantis's name to Prissy? Are you trying to say something? You'd be a little bit less judgmental about it. First reform went bench because cloth. Yeah, no, when we reformed, we got research. Yeah, like one of them did get over here to be worked on, but most of it went to the pillows. Like I'm fine with it getting used for multiple things. Just wait, there's a second ideology here. Why is it labeling 2? Okay, cold snap's over. Okay, time to replant everything. As opposed to the nail pillows? Yeah, that's fine. We've got the one over there, that's totally fine. Like, I probably shouldn't have set the nail pillows yet, but it's like, whatever. I need to figure out who we're going to make into our other leader. Like the regular combat leader. Because Antonio has the social, but is also a pacifist, so I probably don't want a person up in the front dealing with the stuff where you want to have like the combat aura and all that. Okay. How is that cataphract helmet doing? It's getting a bit worn. Masterwork visage mask. Cool. And Prissy grabbed the gas mask. Prissy's like, this whole colony's toxic. They'd be right. It is what it is. Truth hurts sometimes. Yes, there's still more walls to repair, so we're gonna try and avoid the temptation to build more while we're waiting for stuff to get all patched up or repaired so walls don't just disintegrate. It's time to get the Devil Strand started all over again. I feel like the Devil Strand, the big idea with that one is to potentially get yourself like a grow room or whatever. You have like the sun lamp or, you know, that kind of thing. Just handle the temperatures and whatever. Or honestly, it may not even be a bad idea to do one of these things where you have it like that, where you like circle the whole thing, and you just have like a heater you could just turn on the heater, like put the roof over top it real fast. You know, ride out a couple days or whatever. I don't know. You probably just need to make a grow room. Just call it a day. That way it doesn't die so rapidly. Because I think it does need light. Yeah, 51% light requirement. Oh, you can turn that off. That one could stay on forever. turn that one off. Yeah, so we should make a leader. You can begin a conversion ritual. Oh, we're not gonna worry about that. They'll get there anyways. How long do ours come back? They should be back here real soon. Less than a day. Okay, when we get back, we'll actually go and decide who our leader is going to be, and we'll do our first like ceremony. We should have been doing that for a while now, but I just never bothered to elect a leader. You're supposed to be avoiding having... Oh, wait, actually, did you change yours? You're supposed to be trying to not have kids. You're not doing a good job there, Alice. You're supposed to be avoiding having kids, and it keeps happening. Like, I'm not willing to go as far as medical intervention kind of measures. But, like, stop it. Probably gonna need our bedroom here soon. Okay. Get those built. And I just have that one last room over here. Once that room's done, so you're converted, and you're converted. Okay. But once that room's done, we'll go and get this room flipped. Hey, everybody's here. Welcome back, all of the people. Okay, let's go through some of his responsibilities and get this crap sorted out. Alright, so everyone's pretty much okay. Who is the best social we have? So, Takeba is really high, and Nina is really high. You're a new leader. Have your ceremony, give your speech. Scooch over, Alice. We gotta get the melee person back in first spot. Go get your Zeus hammer. And then begin true ceremony, whatever it is. Cool. What happens if we get the max one? We potentially get a new colonist. That's not actually something I want, but, you know, if it happens, it happens. I like everyone else having a ceremony and these two are just playing pool. Unforgettable. Cool, so we did an unforgettable one, but it didn't force a colonist on us. Yeah, so you're a construction person. We've got our growers sorted out. We've got some people who can handle research. That's all well and good. We're going to decrease prior there so you help with more research as well. Yes, I do need both these rooms built. I'll plant the 4th tree, but I don't think I'm gonna have anyone bind to it right now. Like, work on it. That's kind of fine. We'll just convert you all over again. Alright, and the contract prisoners, they arrive in 8 days to get rid of them. So much food in there. Work frenzy. I think we're gonna need even more bedrooms than we already have. Because that should be exactly enough rooms for us. And then we've got another baby, and we're about to have another kid here in a little bit. Yeah, so it's 5. Okay, so that should be fine. Go ahead and plan for extra. That way we'll have someone die, because that's what happens when you plan ahead. The game's like, whoa, whoa, you think you're getting extra people? Hang on now, friend. That's not how this works. You see, the moment things start looking up, that's when we do the soul-crushing stuff. Alright. So that'll be 2 extra rooms that I don't need yet to get us all ready. Is there someone else? Oh, you know what? You're also on it, so Tekpa. Congratulations, you will get a tree. You. So get you set up with a tree. I don't know what type of dryad I'm gonna give you. 'Cause I don't feel like we actually need another wood dryad. And medicine we're having no problems with either. I could make it the berry dryad, which is inefficient, but the one good thing about the berry dryad is you don't have to worry about a bunch of other stuff. I could also make it the bark skin dryad. Let's do it. The bark skin dryads are tanks. So I could actually see him standing back here and be like, send in the bark skin dryads. Just to plug up the door a little bit. I don't know, I probably don't need to be worrying about that at all. Like, I honestly, it's probably a waste. But, whatever, because that's Takeba doing it. I mean, Takeba is growing and then plant cutting, so... This whole thing's already replanted. So they're just waiting for it to grow. Making our path over here, I think. Make one there. And that's just that way, depending on where people are on the property, they can just like run to the bridges to try and get to the kill box in time. So they don't have like losing fights because people can't get where they need to be when they're needed. Because now I can afford to be a bit wasteful with wood. Now granted, if I can get a lot of wood, we're going to start like flooring the place with the fancy wood, which is really, really expensive wood-wise, and a lot of waiting for it to actually happen. The other downside of doing that, though, is when you do use a really fancy wood for flooring the places, your whole building's flammable. So right now, just having wood walls isn't the worst. The wood furniture adds just a little bit more ability for the fire to spread, and the wood floor just... It's basically just filling the room with lighter fluid and lighting that on fire. It'll be great. I see nothing wrong with this. And why won't you give me an opportunity to get more steel, game? You haven't said a train, caravan, a meteor, or drop pods or anything in forever. Because the moment I get that, I get my deep drill. And then we can start switching everything to stone. So we'll do a True Festival soon, which I haven't done yet. What's the True Festival get me? True Festival, Ancient Complex location, which I don't care about, because we're doing maximum pollution, so I can't really caravan off the title without gas masks, which I can't make. Nor even when I get them will I really want to spend the steel on them. Yeah, that pollution's getting pretty dense on that side of the map. Wonder why they didn't finish that wall of all things. All right. Oh, it's not a Sky Lantern thing, it's a drum festival. Well, you see, I don't actually have those materials that you're asking me to use for the things. So, yeah. How many are you gonna want? We'll have to wait till we get there. So the good news is they're like, what if we just gave you straight up money? I'll accept that. Take that one off. Probably won't tell me. Because they're trying to figure out how many drums I have to make is what we're trying to figure out. Probably like 8. Alright, we'll just plan for that in the future. So that's going to just eat up our cloth for a little while. Which will be a problem. Our apparel is getting tattered. But I really just want to hold out for the Delstrand. Oh, please steal. Please steal, friend. Buddy. Buddy, pal, pal. Have steel. I don't care what else you have, just as long as steel is on that list. Do it. Yes. Finally. We can drill. It's time. I need you to take some money from me. You know what? Take our kibble. I don't need it anymore. I don't have any animals right now. So that's all you. Have that visage mask. I think that'll probably do alright. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go to this bench. And turn that off. And it's steel time. Okay, so we have a bunch of steel. Get that inside. So we're sitting at somewhere about 400 steel and some change, like 450 or so. So, the first thing I want to do is I want to go production drill. We're going to plug that bad boy right there. So it's close enough that I don't have to run any more power. The next thing I want to do is to make that worthwhile is we're going to add the stone cutting bench. And the third thing I'm going to do is, even though it's in the hospital, we're going to add the smelter. And we're going to wait on that to finish. What I also going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make some wood chairs because, you know, we have the spare wood. They should be allowed to sit down as they work now. And once that's all done, I want to make the table where they can dye their clothes. Just so they can do it. I was gonna debating putting a room down there for them to eat at table, but it's whatever. Gift. A fire foam popper pack and clothing. Alright. I'm cool with that. You brought me steel. That's the only thing I really wanted. Alright. You're not supposed to put... No, don't put all food on there. Okay. Meals. Nothing else. Just meals. That's what that table's for. That's for the meals. We probably have enough that we can turn this back up to allowing 20 meals. That I didn't worry about anything going bad. Alright, so the question is, who is going to drill? I can have Raj do it, but then they're not going to haul, but I think it's worth doing. Because that gives us stone. That makes it so we have that as a possibility. I think we just blasted through literally all of our wood. Forsaken Refugees 6. We could probably do that. Mitsuki isn't getting any time to plant cut. Let's reduce the priorities on those. So that, you know, it's construct then plant cut. So hopefully you'll catch that up a little. And Alice is keeping hers up. That's a neglect. Those are all kind of named neglect. Okay. Actually, I could do this differently. 2, 3. Because I don't want her to focus on growing, really. I've got 2 other people who could be committed to just this one spot. Hostile tribe tile pollution up from 0 to 12%. Now I believe they may potentially be mad. Yeah. Polluting other people's tiles make them real angry. And add smelt slag due forever. So, yeah, so who was the one? So Raj here should mine. Oh yeah, so you're mining the stuff on the tile first. That's totally reasonable. But that will qualify as crafting, which you're already on it. Yeah, make that steel. Cool. Alright, so now we have that coming in. We're gonna go here to ideology. Conversion, good. Oh, I have to wait on wood. I'm getting ahead of it. I need to wait on wood. Because I was using my wood pretty aggressively, so now we're low. Yeah, one thing that's going to happen is I'm going to need to turn that off regularly. But it shouldn't be too big of a deal, because once we get all this slag picked up, there isn't really much more of it on the whole map. Just a couple places where there was some slag. But that's gonna be like an extra 100, 200 slag between all of them, so that'll help out a little bit with steel. And at least then, whenever we have like drop pod raids or mechs or whatever, that's at least some amount of steel coming in. I mean, honestly, let's leave it on. Because really the only things operating on right now is the drill, the table, and this. And so yeah, by the end of the night, the battery's going to drop off. I'm not that worried about that. If we go to add more, I'm going to need more power, but that's fine. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna have to restrict Raj. Spending too much time in the pollution. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? And then after that, we'll be able to actually have Raj start using our deep drill or whatever. Yeah. So it won't tell me what's underneath there. Okay, now it does. It's a sandstone chunk. It would make sense to pull sandstone out from underneath the sand. I can see where that would be a thing that would probably happen. All right. Oh, we also unlocked the moisture pumper, right, didn't we? So you're 75 steel and 4 components. We can afford that. And I believe these are ones that you can uninstall and move. So let's put it there. We'll run the power down the wall here. And so that let me run that. And when it pulls up a bunch of this, we'll scooch it down to like the edge here. Because I believe you can uninstall and reinstall it. If not, it lasts long enough we get to disassemble it. We'll probably be able to pull up more stuff. Okay, so I think we actually do want a second battery. How much does a battery cost? 70 steel? So 70 steel, 75 steel. And each one of these is just 1 steel. So we should have plenty of steel for all that. I have to be very careful about how much steel I use how fast. Eventually I'm going to need like the deep detection thing or whatever. We haven't researched it yet. But I'll definitely want to get that so we can potentially find spots of steel on the map and just like move it around and get those steel spots. But we'll worry about that when we get there. We still have more than enough components for everything, so I'm not worried about that. Okay, there's the extra battery. There's a good chance I will also need an extra solar panel. Don't do that. I don't have the wood to deal with it. I've been very spendy on my wood lately. Okay, so we've turned off all the things that require wood to build. Then all we could do is just kind of wait out the dryads to produce wood and hope for the best. So I'm really hoping I didn't screw myself here where I got overspending on my wood, now I don't need it when I have, or don't have when I need it. And yes, I could tear apart a bunch of these buildings to like shove it in there, but I really don't want to. How long do you get wood out? 1.1 days? No. It doesn't seem to be going up much. This became a child. Cool. Work. You got your schedule. And Tiffy will go grab their gun. Oh, hey, don't make that one either. Please give more wood. They're still at initial. Pretty soon they're gonna get overheated. But we will get some more wood here. So all I need is to get a couple of those, place up. Alright, so you use 150 watts. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're gonna start moisture pumping up the ground, and we will finally be able to expand our farm. But y'all get stuck on site and you suddenly realize you never made or set child schedule. Oh yeah, the child restrictions, and they start like just getting into the drugs. Like, oh no, children, please no, because they almost instantly become addicts. Okay, so we're starting to get some of these passive coolers up.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, getting a couple passive coolers up, so if we start having people whose heat stroke gets too high, they can duck into one of the cool rooms. Alright. Gonna get a stretch while we're in here. How much more slag? Yeah, so we got almost all the slag out of here. And when we do that, we could turn off the smelter, because there'll be nothing left to smelt until we get more slag on the map. Yeah, so we're not producing enough power, so we still have 311. So we're going to up the solar panels so we can actually power it all. That's just what's going to happen is we're only going to use as much material as I need. High life meme required. Okay, what's the temperature in here? 62. All right, everyone here. Everyone inside the hot room. We're doing that till that heat stroke thing disappears. Sorry, I went inside the cold room. Alright, everyone's good. They got a passive cooler. Everyone just dive into that room. That's how it works. Xenotype has requirements, but after 13, I guess they need it for 13 to 18. You don't use a freezer? We have like no steel because like we're doing a sandbar map, so I have no stone, no steel, no anything. Like I've got down here a jade meter landed. We got one steel or one stone meter down there. I've got a little bit of compact machinery that crash landed. Otherwise I've got a drill. So I haven't had the luxury of building AC. Like you see, I'm only now getting. I have a research bench. I have a moisture pump to try and get more land, but we haven't had the luxury of like setting up ACs. Like I might be able to get 2 ACs. How much is an AC now? Because we just got steel from a trade caravan just a little bit ago. 90, so it'd be 180. Cool. So let's get you two out of here. Shelter for an aristocrat. We are already maxed out with them, so I mean, I could get more honor if we really wanted it. I don't really want or need the honor that much. Oh, I have to keep their mood over 40. Yeah, I'm just not gonna bother. Your rewards did not excite me, and your asks were too high. Oh, did I see? Are they having the wedding? No, they're just all hanging out there at the same time, I guess. Maybe it said there was a party? No, it is a wedding. I wonder why it didn't show up in the log. This is when I saw them all in there. I was like, that's gotta be the wedding, right? Manhunter pack. Look, Fennec Foxes, I need you to wait a minute. You're ruining the wedding. Finish the ceremony. Fennec Foxes, I need you to delay just a minute, okay, buddies? People are trying to have a good time. We're trying to celebrate a marriage here. I don't know what path you're taking, but... Oh, yeah, you're gonna go like that. You all need to finish. I wish it told me how much longer you have. Because I need you to start going into position now. And I'm trying to give you a chance. Okay, wedding's over. Everyone get in position. Ooh, we are lucky no one went up. Why is Tiffy off by their own? I guess Tiffy just really didn't want to hang. Was like, no, weddings aren't my thing, which is valid. So, am I under the impression here that we have this Fennec Fox is just doggy paddling up this, because this is, you know, chest deep water, so that Fennec Fox is just swimming along the surface and we're shooting at him. Alright, bring in the other ones. Alright. Just slowly chewing through the kill box. None of that's a surprise, though. Alright, I think that's all of them. There's a Mega Scarab on the map. That's fun. You got attacked, you didn't get hurt. Okay. So I think one of the things we'll end up planning to do for these first 10, they keep breaking through the walls, so we are going to plan to reinforce the wall there. It'll still be wood, which doesn't put up to much, but you know. Oh, wait, we're still waiting on wood. Hang on, don't do that. That's fine. You can still repair those walls, it costs like nothing. With all that said, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So if you have enjoyed the colony, or, I mean, enjoyed the colony too, but if you have enjoyed the stream tonight, don't forget to drop a follow, because I am going to be going and finding someone for us to raid. But I really do appreciate everyone hanging out. It's been a great night. I am very much looking forward to tomorrow playing a bunch of Coral Island on stream and all that kind of good stuff. That's dropping in its 1.0 version tomorrow. So we'll probably be doing that for a little bit. We'll probably still circle back and see this colony through even after it pops out. But we'll do all that. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the ending stream screen and seeing who we can find for us to raid. And while that's happening, for all of you over on YouTube when you go to check the stream out later, don't forget to like and subscribe. And for all of you on TikTok, thank you so much for tuning in, and I will catch you later.